Hello, fellas. No intros, no. We going straight into it. We going straight into it. Testing 1, 2, and 3. Microphone check 1, 2, 1, 2. Wrong background. My bad. Wrong background. The consequences of one's actions. Sheesh. Oh, how the turntables. When I keep telling y'all, stop debating low hanging fruit. And now this ninja being put on blast online. Mind you, whatever debate this was, I didn't watch it, obviously. I ain't finna watch no 6 hour debate, and neither is 99% of the public. 95% of the public. They're not finna watch the whole debate. They're just gonna see this. Even the whatever podcast fan group. They're not gonna watch no 6 hour debate. They're just gonna watch this. This is what they finna watch.
So I'll try to rephrase this. I'm gonna reframe, and I'm just gonna be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
Hold on for a second. Let me fix the solutions here.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator or I don't make good points or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So here, he makes a personal attack. She is going to make one back. This is what Andrew Wilson usually does. And when the person makes the attack back on Andrew Wilson, his fanboys will say, that person personally attacked Andrew Wilson. And I told you with the last debate, this is the stuff that he does. But the fanboys wouldn't listen.
Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you you lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did
daddies?
I just say?
Your
Dyke?
wife
Am I past the 2-minute mark? Oh yeah, I am.
with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry,
daddies?
dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to
Do the women that you try
show
to?
your hatred against?
the women that you try
convince them
to?
that they
Andrew's crashing out right now.
shouldn't?
You know,
like,
Charlie, did I
pursue
bring
women? Do they know
Charlie?
that
Did I bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older?
Did I bring any of your
You
family
called
into
me fucking
anything?
Stupid.
Did I
You
say
called
anything
me
about
fucking
your
stupid.
family being stupid, Charlie?
could.
It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed, and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people on
Okay.
are bullshit. Because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional
Let's
man.
go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm doing which is immoral.
So unfortunately, even no matter how long this debate was, she's going to win the optics. Because apparently a lot of people, which I was surprised when I did this, when I was talking about Andrew Wilson last year, mind you, I'm talking about 2024. I'm talking about like May 2024, like something as early as that. A lot of people don't know that he married a woman that has like two or three baby daddies. Right? I think it's two. What's it? 2 baby daddies, 3 kids. So she might be 1 baby daddy off, right? But in total, as of right now, Rachel Wilson has 3 baby daddies, right? So that's Andrew, Chad, and Brian, right? Whoever Chad and Brian is, that's what's on. That's the name of the other 2 baby daddies, right? Here we go. And it's starting. So Memetic Militia says, "Are you crazy about what?" Oh my! Are y'all kidding? Are y'all still with this? Now, you really think that Rachel only got 3 bodies? I mean, I guess y'all be believing y'all. Oh my goodness, y'all believe anything, man. You really think that Rachel the only 3 bodies she has had in her life sexually just so happens to be the father of her children. You really believe that? Oh my God. Y'all are still. This is why, look, shout out to MGTOW, shout out to, I'll say specifically, shout out to the Red Pill Space, but shout out to Undead Chronic. Because I used to think Undead Chronic was very harsh for the people that try to, come in this space and get clout. I wasn't, some gatekeeping, I didn't have that kind of gatekeeping mentality. But now, because what's happening is now they're saying Andrew Wilson is red pill, even though he's not. He calls himself a Christian ethicist, but he likes to buddy it up with most of the people in the, the popular part of the red pill space, so they don't criticize him for marrying a woman with 2 baby daddies. And then at the other side of his mouth, talk about how we have no solutions, talk crazy about us, but he still LARPs in the space trying to get cootie points. And now when he gets destroyed, people are going to say he's red pill. This is why I had to give Chronic another apology. I don't think we've been really gatekeeping the space because you got people like that. They gain clout by trying to go on these podcasts like the Whatever podcast, the Fresh and Fit podcast, trying to debate hoes and calling themselves master debaters, quote unquote master debaters. Shout out to the South Park episode. Baker, what's happening? He said, of course, it's the traditional it's the traditional marrying a baby mama while being already divorced from a previous marriage. This is and people make so much excuses for this guy. I don't understand. People make so much excuses for this guy. I've been like, even like since last year, anytime I bring it up, oh, Chris, you don't want to, like, I remember even when I went on AJ's pod and I brought it up and somebody on the panel, it wasn't AJ, it was somebody else. I think it was, no disrespect. I think it was Jessica. And he was just like, oh, don't bring it up. And I'm like, come on, man. How am I not supposed to bring that up? Because now in the public eye, even though no matter how long this debate was, I'm pretty sure he won the debate, but people are going to latch onto this. And most of the normies are going to be like, wait, this is your king? Now here I am, I got to clean this mess up. We had a woman, a young lady, visit the stream thinking Andrew Wilson, I'm an Andrew Wilson fan, and I had to be like, no, Andrew Wilson, not with me. Here we had a young lady on the verge of being of being discouraged by this space because of this wannabe, and we had to clean that up. This is because what's the point of women changing, right? This is what a regular woman. This is not like a red pill woman that said this on Twitter. A regular woman on Twitter. She said, "What's the point of you going on these debates, going on these podcasts, shaming these women? Yet your existence, Andrew Wilson, is the reason why those OnlyFans broads are never going to change, because they know people like you exist." And you're going to save them. You're going to be the one that ecclesiastically marrying single mammies. People like you're the reason why women are not going to change. That's the greatest irony of it all. It's just like, wow. He said, I'm making shit up. Oh, I'm making shit up. Oh, okay. He said, watch the debate and then tell me he lost the debate. You're just cherry picking. Bro, I just told you. I'm pretty sure he won the debate. But most people are not going to watch a 6-hour debate. Did you see the length of it? This is the problem with the whatever podcast fans, the Fresh and Fit fans. When Myron got in trouble with that chick doing a false accusation. And I remember Coach Greg Adams was actually reprimanding Myron for being sloppy with his aftercare work. And you had the fresh and fit simps rush the chat. And they were just like, oh man, coach is a simp for doing aftercare. He explained he explained everything on his 4-hour he had a 4-hour podcast detailing everything that she liked. And the coach is sitting there like just shaking his head. He's like, ain't nobody watching a 4-hour evidence receipt show. Nobody, they're just gonna see you being sloppy. I would hope that he won a debate with a liberal bitch that's like what, in her early 20s. I would hope so. And I'm pretty sure he did. But because when you debate low hanging fruit, which I've been saying, I've been making this a theme for the past couple weeks now, and I've said this last year as well, but these past couple weeks, when you debate low hanging fruit and they can get a soundbite out of you, they're going to, this is what they're going to show, that soundbite. Nobody's going to watch the 6-hour debate. Normies are not going to do that. Baker, shout out to Baker, goes, traditional is being tossed around. Meanwhile, there are no ecclesiastical courts to enforce traditional rules. Civil law works cause ultimately you can change a person and enforce law. And by the way, what's it? What was I going to say? Well, yeah, by the way, in the with the CGA debate, he was saying that the traditional church actually helps men in divorces financially. I was like, what? I was like, wait, we're just allowed to lie. I'm like, what? So what's it? Memetic said I'm black pilled. Oh Lord. Online debate, clip forms, and clout. That's it. Nobody gets really convinced when the show is about clowning the other. Exactly. Most of Andrew Wilson's debate tactics is just to make you look stupid. It's not really to put the facts out there. So now I'm seeing other clips or other people coming forward. These are not hoes now. I'm talking about dudes that debated Andrew Wilson. They're like, oh yeah, I was a Christian, but I had my own point of view of things. And he used these exact same debating tactics. Right. So you're just so now the vultures are coming out. But there was always a crack in his armor. Now it's kind of ironic ever since CGA reposted that video from Just Tree Logic. Now people are going to use that against Andrew Wilson. And I will say rightfully so. Rightfully so. You can't be promoting a traditional lifestyle or whatever you're trying to promote, an ecclesiastical marriage, and your personal situation is far from it. In fact, a lot of the men that he's debated had a more traditional lifestyle than he does. And particularly trad cons like Andrew Wilson, they always come across as holier than thou. They don't ever put their dirt. They don't lead with their dirt. They act like the way they come across. You think their record is spotless. You think there's nothing on their record. Yet his family tree is wild and reckless, right? Shout out to Garrett. Shout out to Garrett for checking in. Shout out to Garrett. What the? I just saw something that. Okay, so Memetic Militia said, next thing you know, you're going to agree with Gary, the numerologist. Who the fuck are these people? You look, let me know when Andrew Wilson like debates. Let me see something. This kind of remind me of like when let me not bring a boxing analogy, but it's just it's like all these weird boxers. You'll have like a really good boxer, then all of these random ones. But you're ducking this guy. What about this guy? Did you? Ain't nobody keeping track of these people. They're just gonna take that soundbite. They're just going to take that soundbite and they're going to be like, wait, so this is the guy preaching traditionalism. And then on top of that, what they're going to do, because most people are lazy, they're going to include him in the red pill space. And this is why me, especially for the last year, I've been adamant that I am not an Andrew Wilson fan at all. I'm not making no excuses. I can't make no excuses for these guys if you're not practicing what you preach. So I've made it very clear, especially on this channel. And mind you, I've given like people that have watched this channel, Garrett can back me up, Baker can back me up, Pyro can back me up. I give people mad passes. I give people a lot of passes. Bitches, they be getting caught up with bitches on their show. I give them a pass. Somebody puts a fake charge on him, I give him a pass. But with Andrew Wilson, especially what he's trying to push. Oh, Sotunar, another witness. With what Andrew Wilson is trying to push, I'm surprised that his situation with Rachel hasn't been brought up more. Apparently, this has been the first time on the whatever podcast that a girl brought it up. Because most of the bitches that come on the show, they just OnlyFans 304s, young liberal women. They don't have the time or the due diligence to do their own research on who they're debating. And most of the bitches that go on there don't even really go on there to debate. They're just trying to get their own numbers up. And watch this. Let me as I'm watching a little bit of the debate, because I'm not going to obviously watch the full 6 hours, but I was watching some of the in the beginning. It looks like Charlie was sent, if that makes sense. So it's like Charlie was sent to expose Andrew because he has that thing in his background. Because she didn't even sound coherent or that smart, but unfortunately, she's gonna win. This is why I don't claim this ninja. I do not claim this ninja, man. He's not. That's not my guy. Nucleo Accent said, I don't agree with Andrew on a lot of things, but what in the blue hair are you talking about? This is what all the Andrew Wilson fanboys do. What are you talking about? He's being incoherent. You know exactly what the hell I'm talking about. They all do the don't they all have, most of them have been doing the same thing. Well, this is being incoherent. I don't know what you're using the same debating tactics. They think they're Andrew Wilson. They use his exact same debating tactics. And I'm like, it's clear what I'm talking about. I'm talking about his situation with Rachel. And how he doesn't practice what he preaches. I'm being pretty clear with what I'm saying. But they say the exact same thing. We don't know what you're talking about. You're being incoherent. This is a low IQ babble. all this nonsense. Coach Greg Adam in the debate, he detailed how women file in the family court. Andrew Wilson exposed himself not knowing a divorce is a law. So he had to literally explain this step by step to him. Just for the fanboys and particularly Andrew Wilson, he was completely incoherent. This was by far the dumbest person I've ever debated. And you're just like, is that his only tactic, just to say how dumb you are? Even though you just I'm like, is that his only debating tactic? Is this what people call is this their king? Is this the person I have to bite my tongue for? Because I know a lot of guys like that. Those people are funny. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh my God. Okay, so Mamidik, this is where you kind of disqualify yourself. You really think that Rachel only has 3 bodies? You wild than a MFer. If you think oh, he's saying this. Oh, by the way, so people are saying that Charlie, whoever he was debating, he was a that Charlie was a transformer, or Charlie is transforming into a man. Can somebody confirm that to me in the chat? Because if that's the case, that makes Andrew Wilson look makes him look a lot worse. Sotunar, salute though. Salute to Sotunar. Shout out to Warband members joining the chat. Shout out to y'all. I will say this: the funniest interaction I ever seen was, and this is where I was like, I definitely can't fuck with Andrew Wilson. Was when Undead Chronic did the not a debate, but he did a collab with Torsha. Yeah, that's her name, Torsha. And once he brought up Andrew Wilson, all of a sudden, all the excuses came out, and now Torsha start talking about what men need to do and why don't you hold the man accountable for making women single moms? I was like, why are we making so much excuses for Andrew Wilson that we would not make for nobody else? That's that. I'm like, how? But shout out to the Warband, checking in on your boy. Shout out to you. You could you could be doing something else. Shout out to you guys. Man. Oh Lord. These niggas even used the same. So Simon Simple said a man's family is a man's family. Well, I gotta be fair to Charlie, whoever this Charlie character is. He called her stupid. That's a personal attack. Sorry, a personal attack. You act so well, we're gonna act like that Andrew didn't insult this person at all. He called her stupid. And bringing up his family, it's not necessarily that she didn't call his family stupid. She was just bringing up the hypocrisy of him. Just basically his existence. So Nick Leo Acid says, I'm done here. I can't listen to a Temu Destiny. Yeah. You got, like I said, the Andrew Wilson fan base is, and just seeing the cozying up. I see him on the, he doesn't want to claim the RP, right? He says that the red pill is a stupid spade, and we're not given any prescriptions yet. I see him on the RP Avengers. They're putting him with the RP Avengers. They call themselves the RP Avengers. But nah, this space, they ain't giving us prescriptions. But you still want to grift off the space and buddy it up with all the popular people of the space. But say you're not part of the space. But come on, I can't respect that. I can't respect that. He said, "Your facts." Chronic tried to bring it up in his debate with Andrew, but Andrew made sure that was a no-go. Baker says, everybody forgets that everyone has an online trail nowadays that can be investigated and used. If you have a lifestyle, what do you say, climber? I don't know what you're trying to say with that. If you have a lifestyle dilemma, you better be straight with that lifestyle. Any split will be known. So basically right there is, if you're going to do this online ish, just make sure everything matches, right? I try to tell you guys all the time, I try to be as transparent as possible without revealing my location. I'm definitely not a rich man. I'm trying to be, right? But I keep it a buck. I'm not rich, and I'll just leave it at that. But like I said, if you look up, obviously I don't have my government name out there, but Everything I tell you on this pod is facts. I don't got no kids, no baby mamas, no, I have zero criminal record. I've never done drugs in my life. All of that. I'm as square as it gets, right? So even if I do end up making more money in the future with not with this, because this is not how I make money. I'm talking about with my outside job. If I do make it like that, I'll be fine. They're just gonna be like, what? They're literally gonna be like, damn, Chris, you don't do nothing. I don't. I just hope like the fat bitches that I messed with in the past don't come out. That's usually what be happening. Oh, he used to he used to come over in the dead of night. He used to try to hide me from the neighbors. I'd be like, damn, why don't the pretty ones come out? That's the only thing I'm probably gonna have to worry about. But a lot of these guys, they come on a space trying to preach to you. They go on there. This dude got a residency at what at whatever podcast, basically debating hoes. And I'm supposed to be impressed. Nah. Oh man. Shout out to Pyro. By the way, Pyro is trolling. Pyro is trolling. Oh man. But let me see. You see, Torsia is a Rolo orbiter. Yeah. But basically anyone that is friends of her, which she is also friends with the Wilson family, which a lot of these people are. You got Michael Certain, these hoe ass niggas, right? Rolo. I'm not saying Rolo's a hoe ass nigga, but it's just, Rolo, Certain. Like especially right after the CGA debate, he comes on the the RP Avengers thing. All the super chats saying that he lost to CGA. They barely want to address it until the end. Andrew Wilson clearly was tight. Andrew was asking for a rematch, but Andrew won, right? Yeah. Anywho. So right here, this is because this is the damage. This is the damage that I'm talking about. Because the normies are cooking Andrew Wilson right now. The normies are cooking him. Okay. Let me see if I can bring up something. I'm gonna bring up Andrew Wilson in the search bar and see if I can find some, because I saw like dudes that don't even react to stuff like this, and they reacted to it. This is an old tweet from me from May 2024. Let me show you this. This is an old tweet from me. This is from May 1st, 2024, and I called Rachel Rebecca Wilson. I said every time I have critique of Andrew and Rebecca Wilson, her name is not Rebecca, but that's what I said. I said they always say that same BS. Them is good people. Them is one of the good ones, but they want me to bash on low hanging fruit like Fresh Prince CEO. So this is me from May 1st, 2024, having critiques of Andrew and his wife. I called her Rebecca at the time. But I'm surprised because many people they don't bring it up. But of course, now this is going to be a thing. So let me show you the normies, or some of the even like basically the regular. I call them the regular people, right, of America. Somebody said, "Wow, who knew Andrew Wilson married a twice divorced single mom with 2 baby daddies? I thought that was forbidden in the trad cath manosphere." So this is a person that's just lumping in the trad cons and the manosphere in the same, in the same sentence, right? Let me be careful though when I'm scrolling Twitter, because Twitter's wild. Twitter's wild. I'm like this close to deleting Twitter. So I don't know who Lee Hammock is. Clearly he's not a conservative. Clearly he's left leaning, right? So the problem is when people like this find this L, now they're going to say Andrew Wilson's with us because he took an L, right? This is the problem.
Charlie, I just think honestly you're too stupid to understand them.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your mouth. It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people on
Okay.
are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck.
You sniz licker. They see you lick sniz.
So now when guys like this get a hold of this content, we're beat. We're basically beat because now they're going to link Andrew Wilson with us. They're going to link Andrew Wilson with us. They're going to look at his lifestyle and they're going to be like, damn, this is another person in the manosphere caught with a single mammy. Another one. That's what they're going to say. I'm talking about there was like normies on Twitter talking about, damn, this is another so-called red pill guy caught with a single mammy. So this is why I make sure I try to disassociate with certain people. And especially I know, here's the thing. There's obviously a lot of grifters in the space in general. I can't go over all of them. Right? But with him, I knew what he was doing. And it's a thing that a lot of trad cons do, particularly they like to involve themselves in the manosphere. They like the clicks that it gets from talking about the manosphere. They like talking about MGTOW related topics, but without putting the MGTOW tag on them so they don't get demonetized. And like I said, I used to be the guy that I kind of looked away from it. I just looked away, and especially back then, I didn't have this kind of content, right? I used to look away. I used to give people passes, but this space is taking way too many L's now. And you have guys like that have infiltrated the space. A lot of purple pillars that have infiltrated the space, still pushing their so-called traditionalism, saying, or basically, especially a lot of people from this space, or anybody that's MGTOW adjacent, we have the perfect solution, which is to not play the game, right? To not participate in the structure. But unfortunately, you have the purple pillars that have come in, the lead attorney, right? No disrespect. Right. Rolo, no disrespect. Well, no, not Rolo. Sorry. Wrong person. Certain, Myra. I was thinking about Myra, my bad, not Rolo. Sorry. These people, they come in with their purple pill stuff, right? But particularly when you're talking about trad cons coming in with their purple pill stuff, acting like not playing the game is not a solution. When the only reason why they're talking about the so-called marriage crisis or why dudes aren't doing this is because we're abstaining. We're not playing the game. This is why they're making certain states have made certain changes. But when you have purple pillars like Andrew Wilson come in, buddying up with most of these people in the RP so they won't put him on blast for his lifestyle. When you have these people come in, now it muddies up the waters. Now you're giving young men quote unquote hope, and you're just setting them up to be destroyed. Then you'll have a situation where a debate happens when a CGA Andrew Wilson meets. Because when CGA and Hafiz met, most people took CGA's side. Even CGA's ops took CGA's side. But because Andrew Wilson has he's smart as hell. He's done it the political way. Make sure he buddies up with most of the people. Make sure he gets his numbers up. So anytime he takes an L or he looks like he takes an L, nobody's gonna call him out for it. Nobody's gonna bring up his personal life. So most people are afraid to say that he took an L. And I'm talking about anytime Andrew Wilson takes an L, they're afraid to say that he took an L here, even if it's like one moment. Okay, so Mimedic said, "Is black pill muddying the waters?" No, I keep telling you guys the two cancers in this space, whatever you want to call this space, the male content, manosphere, red pill, the two biggest cancers to this space is the pickup artist community and the tradcons. It is not, and it's not even close. I would say the tradcons are number one. So Nathan says, "What is a purple pillar?" These are the people that think they're red pill, but they still come in with blue pill values. They still come in with blue pill hope. They still want to be plugged in with society. So obviously that's just a mixture of blue and red. They still think there's hope, and they like to sell people on hope, particularly young men. Let me see. I saw Dre God with a couple comments. Shout out to Dre God checking in. Anthony G. Casey, thank you for thank you for checking in. Anthony G. Casey says Andrew expects his marriage to a baby mama to be shown grace, but he doesn't give grace to the same people he chastises. And I said this earlier. It was a normie girl that brought up this great point. She said, "Andrew, you're the biggest problem." She said the irony, not Charlie, it was a woman. She said the irony is Andrew is the biggest problem, because it's guys like him is why women are not going to change. The hoes that you want them to change their ways, they're never going to change because guys like you exist. And that was a great point that I never brought up. So I'm just saying that just to tell you, I didn't come up with that point. That was just a regular woman on Twitter that said this. You got to give credit where credit is due. Dre God said it's unfortunate things turned out this way. I don't hate Andrew, but he's a bad representative of a family man and of the church. A lot of Orthodox at my church still follow him and praise him. People give him way too many excuses. Way too many excuses. Oh, Lord. I saw that comment too. Anthony G. Casey said, "Dude called us leftists." Yeah, Randall Jones, what's his name? Randall James. He said, "I love watching you leftists trying to flip these debates." Oh, Lord. He said, "Dude just called us leftists." Well, and also Andrew Wilson called CGA a leftist as well. This is very lazy. Like, these are very lazy debating tactics, actually. They like the Andrew Wilson fanboys. They think they are Andrew Wilson, right? Remember when we had Rachel's side dude, invade the chat? He's done that on a couple of occasions. These debate me bro ass ninjas, man. Let me go on these colleges and start debate. Remember so remember when after Charlie Kirk died, and you had these these MAGA dudes try to go on an HBCU trying to debate about what's it, affirmative action. I was like, what's the point of doing that? Just to say that they're triggered? Of course they. Why don't you go on a regular college? And even then, you're still wasting your time. But they want me, like, people. You want me to give credit to people like this, and you want me to say you're doing something. Oh my God, they just removed me off campus for hate speech. Ninja is right. It's a week after Charlie Kirk just got shot, and you going on a HBCU uncalled for, trying to debate affirmative action in front of some ninjas. What did you think was going to happen? See this. Anthony G. Casey says Andrew always is chastising people for their life choices. If he can't take it, then he shouldn't dish it. That's all. That's just common sense. Exactly. Dre God, he tags Randall James. He says this isn't a left versus right situation. This has to do with hypocrisy and grifting. Thank you. Thank you. Oh man. This is crazy work. This is crazy work, man. I would say, yeah, Dre God said I would consider Rolo. Yeah, Rolo Better Bachelor to be Purple Pill. I agree. But I'll say this with Better Bachelor. I think with him, he just wants to keep things as positive as possible. So I wouldn't consider him completely Purple Pill, because I've seen him with the exchange with him and Undead, and anybody next to Undead is going to look like a Purple Pill, to be quite honest with you. But if there's two people that I recommend, if you like I said, you don't got to follow CGA, obviously. You don't got to follow a lot of the people that I mentioned, right? If there's two people that I don't mind recommending to young men, it's Better Bachelor and Aaron Clary. Like Aaron, like if you got a problem with what Aaron Clary's saying, like, okay, if you're an Andrew Wilson fanboy and you have a problem with what Aaron Clary is saying, Cappy, then I don't know what to tell you. But those two people, Better Bachelor, right, aka Joker, and Aaron Clary. Now I'm more MGTOW adjacent, and I gotta give them props where props is due, because anytime they try to say anything, they get demonetized. So clearly their message means something. Jerry Solero said Andrew looks like he eats the entire apple core. Oh man. What the is Lawan? That's some weird comments that you're making, Lawan. Respectfully. These are some weird comments. Pyro said, debate me. Oh man. Did you see, guys, mind you, did you see what happened with Kayla Nicole, where all of her old tweets have resurfaced? I dropped the video today, I think. Did I? Yeah. There was this one low-hanging fruit woman. She wanted to debate me as well. But I knew why she was really mad at me. It was because I said something about her queen, Kayla Nicole. That's low-hanging fruit. That's low-hanging fruit. I ain't finna debate late 30s black woman that's already calling me GAY and all this nonsense just because I said something about her queen. And I knew, I knew that's what it was. That was the beef. That was the beef. It wasn't about what I said about female journalists in general. No, it's not that. You were mad because Kayla Nicole was the theme of the whole episode. A lot of black women live vicariously through Kayla Nicole, specifically when she was dating Travis Kelce. So any black dude that has something to say about Kayla Nicole in the aftermath, they're going to feel a certain type of way. Now, all of Kayla Nicole's old tweets have resurfaced, and you would have thought Kayla Nicole was like the wife of of Myron Gaines or Nick Fuentes or something like that. You should see her old tweets. You got to see those tweets. But that'll be another live stream for another day. Because, like I said, patience is perfect, man. All you gotta do is just give it time. I know that one woman that was trying to debate me. I know she's going through a whole crisis looking at Kayla Nicole's old tweets. Because I know those broads like Kayla Nicole. I know way too many black women that think like that act that way. Because like as soon as I saw Kayla Nicole get exposed earlier this week, that was the first person I thought of was the female journalist that wanted to debate me on about female journalists and the seriousness of them. Like, bruh, I'm not finna do that. You said beautiful journalists. You said beautiful women can't be journalists. I'm like, where did I say that? Jesus. Oh man. Jerry Solero says, I'd like to see Andrew Wilson versus Andrew Tate. Whoever wins gets to shit on 304s while Myron watches in the corner. That's a funny ass comment. That's a funny ass comment. I do like I said, when people gotta stop. I heard CJ say this, and I've heard Angry Man say this. I've heard Corey Holcomb say this, right? You can't really take hoes seriously, right? So whatever these hoes are saying on these debate platforms, or they go on the whatever podcast or the Fresh and Fit or whatever quote unquote standards they have, you're not really supposed to take it seriously. What you're supposed to take seriously is the enforcement, right? The simps that come with dealing with women. That's what I take seriously. But in general, I don't really take women that seriously. But I guess there is a audience, right? There's a niche audience where they like to see women get quote unquote destroyed by debate me bros. And I'm not saying it's not funny from time to time, but it's not something I would hang my hat on. It's really not something I would hang my hat on. It's not something that I would hold up in the air and say this is the best content creator because he debates hoes. I can't. That's just not me. Nathan says, forgive me if I have it wrong, but are you saying that no one can speak about anything they have done wrong? Yes, I am oversimplifying a little bit. No troll here. Yeah, the answer was in the second to last sentence. You said, and then at the same time, the problem is particularly with Christian conservatives, they don't lead with their dirt, right? They're just gonna act holier than thou. They're gonna talk about ecclesiastical this. No shade, not every. I'm playing, but they're gonna talk about everything what you're not doing. Meanwhile, their dirt is crazy, and then you wonder why the average normie or the average, secular, quote unquote, secular person is looking at the Christian conservatives or even the RP. They look at it crazy when you're telling men to do this, and then your personal life is a damn train wreck. Right? I remember Corey Holcomb also made this point when he started scolding the pastors for talking about quote unquote secular people, right? Meanwhile, he said, we all messing with the same hoes. Now, so-called secular this. CJ is like, can we step out of the church? Can we talk about most men here? No. Andrew was flat out said no. And I'm like, but that's most men. Most men are not going to be in a church setting. We need to have a solution for most men. but he's telling CGA he doesn't have any solutions, even though he's trying to address men as a whole. But Andrew Wilson wants to stay in the church. He just wants to stay. He wants to stay just in that la la land where everything, all of his rules go in his la la land. Forget about everybody else that's in the quote unquote secular land. Meanwhile, he has a whole secular situation. He has a whole, hey, at least people was talking about, oh, CGA is just informing the stereotype. Meanwhile, CGA was married, had 2 kids in one marriage, got divorced, and been basically single since. He has not entered any other marriage since. He's more traditional than Andrew. Oh man. Uh-oh, here go. We got another one. We got broken system, broken trust. He goes, how was Andrew Wilson exposed? You know exactly why. That's why you're here. Good Lord have mercy, man. Oh man. This is crazy work. Why do they do this? Why do they do this? I don't know. Remember those other guys when I made the first Andrew Wilson versus CGA stream? I don't know why I'm here. I don't even know who this CGA person is. I'm like, the only reason why you're here is Ninja, I only got 2,000 subscribers. There's plenty of Andrew Wilson videos in general. You're here for a reason. These guys remind me of these bitches that be like this is what these guys remind me of. These guys remind me of these bitches that be like caught up with these, you got these bitches that be going to these male celebrities parties, and they find themselves in a hotel room and they be like, he wanted sex from me. I'm like, ma'am, you were at this you were at his hotel room. What, he invited you up to the hotel. What did you think was going to happen? That what's it, the plausible deniability. Now I know where these bitches get that from. Now I know where they get this tactic from. They get it from y'all. How was Andrew Wilson exposed? Oh man. See, so Pyro says, Chris, I think it's because most of the dudes who love the content is because they know most women have their free passes and white knights to defend. So whenever he's right, the simp says, come on. And I think also it's just most dudes, because I'll say this in general, women are mean. Women they'll reject you, they'll do these things, right? They're awful. They can be awful. They have the freedom to be awful, right? But a lot of guys take that personal, right? So this is why content like, Fresh and Fit, whatever podcast, Daily Rap Crew. I mean, I knew this group in Connecticut, they try to do the same thing. Was it the Red Pill Lions? They they try to do that same nonsense, right? Getting these hoes all in one room, chastising them for being hoes, even though you invited them on the podcast because they were hoes, right? So this became a like people will super chat you or super chat onto the show just to shame hoes, right? And in real life, they would never say anything to that hoe. So this became a more popular form of content, but unfortunately, it has ushered in the popularity of the wrong types of dudes. Myron Gaines, no disrespect. My twin, Fresh Prince CEO, even though he's not I don't really see him try to debate hoes, right? These people, right? It's like does Andrew Wilson have like a permanent residency at whatever though? That's oh man. But anyways. Anywho, I saw a couple of things on Twitter that interest me. So Let me see if I can bring up some of these things. So I saw something from this guy called, what's his name? Rob B. Kowalski, right? So this is another Christian man, but I guess he practices polygyny. That's his thing. That's how he's made his platform. He has multiple women. He has what was he has multiple wives. From the little bit of research I did on him, that's what he stands on, right? So if we open up his tab, okay, he goes, man of options, founder, the #1 community for Christian men pursuing and or practicing biblical marriage. But his thing is he practices polygyny. He, I guess he has multiple wives, or he has 2 wives or 3 wives. And I guess he caught a lot of backlash in his community for having more than one woman. So apparently he did a debate with Andrew Wilson in the past. And here he says this. He said, I've never met a ruder person, to be honest. When I was asked to debate, quote unquote, Andrew Wilson, I actually asked the mutual acquaintance we had who's setting it up if we could have a conversation instead of a debate. Just one Christian talking to another in search of the truth on the topic of biblical marriage. The implications are far too important just to try to win and get a few zingers in for your audience. Of course, he showed up to the argument, guns blazing and not in good faith, interrupting me, vulgar language, attacking the character of any man who would even consider what scripture clearly allows, all while ignoring the fact that the Bible was written by men who clearly practiced it repeatedly. He's talking about polygyny, right? And now with everything that has come out about his past, it all makes sense. The chaos, the inconsistency, the arrogance, in my opinion, every ounce of credibility he had just evaporated. Okay. So I don't know who necessarily the Kowalski guy in general is, but I saw a little bit of what he was saying. And I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Because I guess he practices polygyny. He has more than one woman, which I don't mind. Obviously, from my end, I don't mind that. So there was a guy in this chat who was talking about he doesn't only debate women. Obviously, I know that, but let me see. Did you watch this debate with Rob Kowalski? To any of the Andrew Wilson fanboys, did you watch that debate with Kowalski? Can you educate me on that? Because I've only seen a snippet that I'm about to show you, which was very interesting. But it seems like it's the same complaint or the same critique that I keep getting when it comes to Andrew Wilson. And it's just the same tactics that the Andrew Wilson fanboys use on me. Hell, I even gave my own prescriptions, my own solutions about marriage, etc. And they'll say the same exact thing. I don't know what you're talking about. You're being incoherent. The fuck? Oh, man. Nathan says, so I have a very non-traditional relationship, but I can see that a traditional relationship is better for society in general. Does that mean I shouldn't be promoting a traditional relationship? No. That's not. Sir. So nobody's denying that the society is obviously built on marriage, right? Monogamy for the most part, even though most people don't practice monogamy, but on paper, that's what they say they do, right? Obviously, this you can't build a society, you can't build a community without strong families, without strong marriages. However, why should men fall on the sword of the family court Why should men fall on the sword of divorce? Why should men fall on the sword of getting their kids ripped away from them? Why? Why should men take that risk? Because men are taking most of the risk in these situations. They're the ones in danger of losing their kids. They're the ones in danger of losing minimum half of their things. That's when people say you lose half your things in divorce, that's the minimum. You're most likely gonna lose more than that. This is what we were talking about. This is what they were CGA and Andrew Wilson was talking about in the debate. You can't just take the divorce away from the equation. Of course, most men, if if the laws permitted it, most all you had to do would be to get rid of get rid of no fault divorce, and most men would be pursuing marriage, and that means most men would be pursuing just excellence in general, financial excellence, right? But with the way I'm talking about, with the way the family court structure is set up, the way how these marriages are set up, because more than 60% of marriages end in divorce. Women initiate 80% of the divorces. It goes up to 90% if she's college educated. If you have a kid with a woman, divorce or not, you're most likely going to be in a position where you're going to have to ask permission from your so-called partner. You're going to have to ask permission to see your own kids while still having to pay. Men are looking at that and they're just like, what? How is marriage worth it? Of course, a traditional relationship it's ideal. But is it really, first of all, is it really ideal for men? And then second of all, is it ideal for men to fall on the sword for what, to quote unquote save society? I would argue the way Andrew Wilson is doing things in his personal life, saving a single mammy with with 3 kids, he's the problem. He's the problem. He's the reason why women pull the things that they can do, why they think they can leave. He's part of the problem because guys like him exist, yet he's preaching on traditionalism. I don't know. Men are what, and especially because guys like Andrew Wilson exists. I'm out. I'm out. There's no way. But anyways, let me bring up that video from Kowalski. I'm surprised. I'm looking at the chats, and because there was this one dude talking about, hey, I've watched all these. You would have thought he watched all the debates of Andrew Wilson. You would think he heard of Kowalski, whatever this guy's name is, Rob Kowalski. But they're acting like this man don't exist. Let me see if I can bring up the video though. Let me bring up his video. You see this, but yeah, Andrew Wilson. Like, oh, I even said earlier this week, I said Andrew Wilson and Akash, they're the same people. They're the same people. But anyways, let me share this tab. So this is the one that I guess Kowalski was talking about, this exchange with Andrew Wilson. It says, 1 year ago during my debate with Andrew Wilson, he tried to reduce the entire biblical case for plural marriage down to just wanting to hump more women. He made that same accusation on CGA. So this is a very lazy argument. So this guy, this is a very lazy argument, wanting to hump more women. So it looks like he did the same thing to Kowalski, a fellow Christian, mind you. He said that to him last year, so clearly this is a pattern. He goes, that's what they always do. Every time they run out of scripture, they resort to projection, insults, and attacking motives. He did the same thing with CGA. He does the same thing with the broads. He goes, fast forward to today, and suddenly the hostility makes a lot more sense, given that what has now come out publicly about his own household. My closing statement from that debate, aged like fine wine. Truth doesn't have an expiration date. So he was against his quote unquote polygyny argument, but Andrew is in a polygamous situation. Andrew's not in a monogamous situation. He's taking care of he's taking care of a woman that had two kids from two or three kids from a previous situation. So here he was arguing against Kowalski, against polygyny, right? And here he is. Andrew Wilson is in a polygamous situation the whole time, right? By the way, let me do something for you guys real quick. Polygyny, the definition of polygyny, polygamy in which a man has more than one wife, right? Polygamy, the practice a custom of having more than one wife or husband at the same time, right? But when you're talking about polygyny, that's specifically more than one wife. So this is very interesting. This is very interesting. So I'm going to actually look up this debate with Andrew Wilson and Kowalski, because I'm going to start looking at all of his debates with the men. And I'm going to see if he was quote unquote destroying them, or was he just using the same tactics? Because I'm looking at everything that Kowalski, whoever this guy is, everything that he's accusing Andrew Wilson of here. It's the same thing I keep seeing with all the debates with everybody else. So this is interesting. Let me look at this. Let me look at this.
I just wanted to start off saying I'm not a debater. I'm just a person that's in search of truth. And after researching this topic thoroughly, I found that the polygyny argument holds a lot more weight than the monogamy only argument. I would just encourage everybody out there to research this for themselves. I don't advocate for humping more women, as Andrew suggests. I actually wrote a book called Why Waiting Works, on why you should save sex for marriage, and it was in your best interest to do so. I also had the #1 video on YouTube for years called 10 Reasons Not to Have Sex Before Marriage. So I'm a big proponent of sexual purity. But when people like Andrew Wilson do, when they reduce the benefit of having more than one wife to only wanting to hump more than one woman, basically what he's saying is that women are only good for one thing. The only reason that you would want an extra wife is just to have sex with more than one woman. There's absolutely no benefit to having more than one. A whole nother set of spiritual gifts and talents around the house. It's just about sex. That's all that women are good for. That's essentially what he's saying.
Corey Holcomb would like this guy. He'd probably be one of the few Christian pastors or one of the Christian leaders that Corey Holcomb would like, because you already know Corey Holcomb. He's a big advocate for having more than one woman. You already know. But it is ironic looking back. He's probably looking back and is like, okay, I'm sitting there arguing for polygyny in my favor. Andrew Wilson is here talking about monogamy, but he's not in a monogamous situation himself. He's in a polygamous situation where his wife has more than one man in his familial situation, but he was in the wrong. So I'm gonna look back at this debate. I'm gonna look back at this to see if I can find that one. That's very interesting to me.
Out. But what Andrew suggests is sexual socialism. Okay, biblical polygyny was God's way of making sure that every woman had a husband. What Andrew is suggesting is, again, sexual socialism, making sure that every man has a wife. It's literally the reverse of God's way of doing this. He's afraid if we bring back polygyny, then oh my gosh, some men aren't going to be able to have any wives. You know what? That may be.
That is true. So, say if polygyny was legal, that would leave out. Well, technically, we already have that right now. But say if it was just like legal, nationwide, it would leave a lot of men out, and Andrew Wilson would have been left out because Rachel went to him when she had 3 kids already, right? So this is because now looking back, so whatever hostility he faced from him, he doesn't realize when you have a guy like this, or a Corey Holcomb, when he's talking about him having multiple women, many guys get insecure about this because that would leave a lot of guys. That would leave a lot of guys out. that would leave a lot of guys out. So this is very interesting and quite ironic.
Isn't that what Jesus alluded to in Matthew 19 when he said, look, this isn't for everybody. It's a lot of responsibility. But if these are the rules, this is the game. If you want to play, these are the rules. So to conclude, I want to focus on the heart of the matter. Polygyny as presented in scripture isn't about satisfying a man's ego or enabling reckless behavior, as people like Andrew would argue. It's about responsibility.
That's something he accused CGA of.
Provision, and love. It's about ensuring women and children have the security of a godly husband who leads, protects, and provides in accordance with God's design. Look around at the world today. We see record high numbers of fatherless homes. 1 in 3 children are being raised in fatherless homes right now. Single mothers, struggling alone, declining birth rates, and a broken system that celebrates casual relationships while punishing committed biblical unions that don't conform to the monogamy-only standard. I'd actually challenge Andrew to say, all he does is try to shoot holes through what I'm proposing while providing no solutions of his own. We just got to try harder. We got to get more men in the church. I don't even know what your solution is because you didn't tell us one. You just try to shoot holes in what I presented. And what's obvious.
That's what I said about Andrew Wilson. Technically, Andrew Wilson didn't, with the CGA debate, he didn't present any solutions. No, I'm talking about real world solutions for particularly most men. He was just talking about church. Right? Let's see. The Misfit Nation podcast. He said, just tuning in. I love a good Cope stream. Oh, Lord. Let me look up his YouTube channel. What's it? The Misfit Nation podcast. The Misfit Nation podcast. Another debate, bro. Never mind. Never mind. I'm gonna proceed.
Is that the Bible's okay with this? Shockingly enough, God compares himself to having more than one wife multiple times in the Bible. Jesus he uses the parable in the 10 virgins of a polygynous marriage in which he's the.
See here. Nathan says, yes, I completely agree that men do take all of the risk, no dispute there, but you missed my point. That was an example of what could be labeled as hypocrisy. Oh, in terms of like, okay, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, but still, with Andrew Wilson, it's an extreme case of hypocrisy on his end, though. Real, like, bro, like, especially to the hoes that he's preaching to. And when you really look at the situation in general, he's part of the problem. Andrew Wilson's part of the problem. Guys like Andrew Wilson are part of the problem. Guys like Andrew Wilson is why hoes are not going to change, because they know a guy like Andrew Wilson is going to exist and save them. And I don't, who said that Rachel only got 3 bodies? You won't put no money on that. Yeah, the only 3 bodies she's been with are the ones that she had kids with. Really? Come on, man. We too old. We come on. Like if that was like a 18-year-old or a 17-year-old, like say if that was like Rachel Wilson's kids that said this, I'd understand, right? Why they would think that. Or if it was like an 18 or 17-year-old trad con dude, if he said Rachel Wilson only has 3 bodies and it's the one that she had, it's the 3 dudes that she had kids with, I would understand if it was like a young dude, but I'm like, you guys are like in your late 30s, 40s talking about Rachel only got 3 bodies. Y'all are wild. Y'all are wilding. No wonder why I got so much pushback when I said because I had said something like the top 2 red flags in a woman is if number 1 if she smokes weed, and number 2 if she went to college. I got a lot of pushback specifically with the college, and I was like, I'm like, do you guys know the things that happen on college campus to your daughters, to your sisters, to your aunts, to your whatever? If you guys knew, you guys would be sick. Misfit Nation podcast said CGA has the same philosophy as a feminist, and he proved it. That's why he made the same arguments to both. He didn't even prove it. In fact, right after he said that, he tried to equate what we were doing in the red pill space to what the feminists were doing. And I was like, no, this is mainly the feminists were fighting for their body, what they can do with their body. Most of what we're doing is to protect our finances. This is why men are not marrying. This is why men are staying away from cohabitation relationship. This is protection of assets. This is why we got all these celebrities when they went abroad. They got to sign all these NDAs. This is not about body. This is about finances, assets, asset protection. CJ explained that right after. But the Andrew Wilson fanboys, I think when Andrew Wilson will make a point or he'll make an argument or a statement and they will just not listen to whatever the opponent says as a counter. CJ made a counter argument right after that, and he said, "No, this is about finances." And then CJ, and then what Andrew Wilson tried to do? No, well, finances, bodies, same thing. You're just like, oh my God, here we go. These are two completely different things. two completely different things. But to cope, Andrew Wilson tried to equate, us protecting our finances and women trying to have freedom with their body choices, what they want to do with their body, whether it be mostly sexually and when it comes to abortion. He tried to equate these were two same things. So I was like, Jesus. I was like, this guy, bro, come on, man. That's definitely not the same thing. And if you actually watched the debate, you wouldn't have even brought that point up. Right? Shout out to 15YJZ. He said most quote unquote monogamous couples practice forms of polygyny prior to getting into a monogamous relationship and then act as Pharisees as if they weren't just practicing polygamy / polygyny prior. Facts. Like most of these, like you'll have like if you take the average broad, like the broad can be a single mother and she will talk about her current relationship status and she'll be like, I'm in a monogamous relationship. I'm like, no, just the fact that you have a kid from another man shows that this is not monogamy. What people call monogamy today is not nowhere near monogamy. Wifing up a broad that had 3 kids with 2 or 3 baby daddies. That is not monogamy. I'll say that's the last person you should be advocating for in terms of the person that you want advocating for monogamy. That's the last person that you should have advocating for monogamy. Oh, I guess Mimedic, he really believes Rachel. He really believes that Rachel only got 3 bodies. That's funny. That is hilarious. I guess Mimedic Militia, he really believes. No, like I said, I will say this, you guys there's a lot of particularly trad cons, or the Christian conservatives, they like to shame hoes, but you guys are part of the problem. You guys, I guess people really believe their mom or their because like if you're a mom, right? Of course you're going to tell your kids, I've only been with my dad or with I've only been with sexually the dad. That's what you're supposed to do. But as you grow older, you you grow up and you realize that's not really how the world works. It's very few women that's only been with their husband. That's very few, right? Now, especially with Rachel's case, just the fact that she has 3 kids from 2 different men that's all the proof you need to show that she definitely has way more than 3 bodies. Bruh. Oh, and mind you, she got caught cheating on in both of these in her first 2 with her first 2 baby fathers. She got caught cheating with both of them. So that already should show you all you need to know. She definitely has way more than she has way more than 3 bodies, like way more. Now, if you want to take her word for it, have at it. But just to let you know, guys like you're part of the problem, because hoes, they know now they can just go through their whole phase, do whatever the hell they want, then come to somebody like you and sell you that nonsense. I've only been with 4 guys. I've only been with 3 guys. I've only been with these 7 guys. These are the only people I've been in a relationship with. I've never had a boyfriend. They're gonna go to people like you, and they can get away with that nonsense. Oh man. Facts. Garrett said feminism is about lies. They can never be equal or superior. And by the way, even in Andrew Wilson's own definition, when he talks about feminism, let me hold on. Let me because somebody just try to do an equivalent. They said that what CGA was saying, or people in this RP space, what we're saying is the male equivalent to feminism. So let me destroy that argument with Andrew Wilson's own words. With his own words. Let me see if I can find that part in the beginning of the debate where she asked when when they were talking about definitions.
So feminism, the prompt was, is feminism good for society? The definition I have here is from the Oxford English Dictionary. Feminism, advocacy of equality of the sexes and the establishment of the political, social, and economic rights of the female sex. Are we in agreement on that?
No.
Okay. What's your definition of feminism?
Okay, so let's hear Andrew Wilson's definition of feminism.
Feminism is the movement towards egalitarian systems, and the
movement towards egalitarian systems,
deconstruction and removal of the patriarchy,
and the deconstruction and the removal of the patriarchy. How is that our space? How are we the men version of that? How? But anyways, Garrett says Andrew is in a polygynous relationship anyway, dealing with 2 other fathers with the other 2 fathers. Like, his situation is nowhere near monogamy. Nowhere near monogamy. But I guess in that debate with Kowalski, he was the one saying that this guy's solution with him having more than 1 woman was the wrong way to do it. Yet he's in a situation where he's literally taking care of kids that are not his. That's wild work. That's wild work. Uh-oh, here we go. Memetic with her exes were abusive. How does that prove me wrong? You saying that was the only 3 dudes she's been with? Bruh, that actually makes my case even more. What bitch doesn't have a so-called abusive ex? every other broad that you meet is gonna say that they had an abusive ex. Like especially every secular. People want to talk about secular. Every secular broad that you meet, they're gonna say that they're they're gonna say that they had an abusive male ex. They're all gonna say that. Oh man. Pyro said only 3 bodies. Okay, tell me when you wake up from your dreamland. Yeah, like I said, hopeless romantics are easy targets. This is why the OF broads, why do you think after they're done doing what they're doing, they go straight into the church? Why do you think they go straight into the church? They know that's where all the suckers are. This is where all the suckers are. This is where all the simps are. This is where they're gonna find a guy like an Andrew Wilson. You know what I mean? He said, just arguing, none of us. No, you're straw manning. I guess Andrew Wilson taught you that one too. Anyways, he said, what definition are we using for? Okay, we're moving on. Y'all turning into just Jordan Peterson right now. Define this, bro.
The groom. So this BS that monogamy only, I don't what the church fathers tell you. Look, the church killed Jesus. The religious establishment, the mainstream religious establishment, are the people that killed Jesus.
Facts. I believe that Jesus, if Jesus is real, right? If he exists, he would be put right back on that cross. And you know who to put him right back on the cross? Not the normies, the Pharisees, the tragcons.
So let's not forget that. The Bible says, blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil against you because of me. For in the same way, they persecuted the prophets who were before you. Who persecuted the prophets, Jesus? The religious people like Andrew and the Orthodox Church and the people that are preaching this horse shit. Okay? Why does this matter? Because consequences are evident. Trauma destroys a woman while building a man, making her past affect her future more deeply than his. A godly man, proven in his character, is equipped to love and lead more than one woman, providing the stability and security so desperately lacking in many homes today. Scripture supports this over and over again. God's word defends the principle of a man covering multiple women, giving them the love and security they need. If polygyny was sinful, God would have condemned it. Yet instead, he regulated it and even commanded it in certain situations to protect everyone involved. Consider this. The Bible declares a man who lies with another man's wife as deserving of death. Yet he praises and defends a woman who marries an already married man. Why? Because one destroys the covenant and the other builds a family. A household with a godly man and multiple wives is stronger, more stable, and better equipped to raise children who know and follow the Lord. The government allows men to sleep around, abandon their children, and leave women uncovered, but it won't allow a righteous man to take responsibility for more than one wife. Why? Is it truly about morality, or is it about maintaining a system that prioritizes individual desires over biblical truth? Monogamy doesn't make a man good. Character does. A godly man who can lead more than one wife well is just as capable of leading 2 or more.
Nathan here gives the definition. He says monogamy is where 2 individuals form an exclusive intimate partnership, meaning they have only one romantic and sexual partner at a time. Now, where is Andrew and Rachel? How does that describe their situation? Just because, people are just looking for a definition, even though you guys know the definition. Or if you don't know specifically, you can look it up yourself. I look like, me personally, when I talk about monogamy, it's one sexual partner, one partner. But if you in a situation where it's just like, like if you're in come on, like if you're in a situation where she's coming from a situation where she has kids from previous situations, and he's taking care of that situation, how is that monogamy? Come on.
And let's not forget Proverbs 31, which describes a woman of such virtue and industriousness that having multiple like her in a household would be only a blessing, not a burden. So this nonsense that it's only for rich men is also a myth. Let's also not ignore the hypocrisy. Many Christians today scoff at the biblical patriarchs, men like Abraham, Jacob, and David, while engaging in serial fornication and divorce themselves, hopping from one relationship to another. Meanwhile, the Bible's model of
Right now, he's describing Andrew right there, but he didn't know. He didn't know that he was describing Andrew.
Polygyny calls for lifelong commitment, responsibility, and sacrificial love, not about humping more than one woman. The truth is, we've been conditioned by Greco-Roman traditions and modern cultural norms to view polygyny as unnatural and even sinful, when God's word makes it clear that it is neither. Israelite women were expected to be virgins on their wedding night, and men knew their biblical right to have additional wives was there. But today, promiscuous women, or at least formerly promiscuous women, demand lifelong monogamy from the men they marry, and we wonder why the marriage rates are so low. The church has failed us by pushing a monogamy-only doctrine that's neither biblical nor practical. It's not even logical. And it's time to reclaim God's truth and build stronger families, families that reflect his wisdom and not the world's broken systems, the systems that have failed us. Polygyny is not about a man having multiple women. It's about many women having a godly husband. It's about restoring biblical order, healing broken families, and rejecting the lies that have led to so much pain and dysfunction in our society. To close, I remind you that I attended that biblical families retreat where that widow was that had 6 small children in her house. And if we adhere to what Andrew suggests and Orthodox Church and mainstream Christianity as a whole, that woman's chances of finding a husband is about 0. And those children finding a father. Under polygyny, it opens up the possibility that godly men can take on and cover more than one woman if they so choose.
It's very interesting though. That is very interesting. I gotta look into this debate. I want to see if he was doing the exact same thing to CGA. Oh man. I mean, okay, so Ted Ferguson says, "Oh, Andrew has more than one wife. Who's the other wife?" And I thought Rachel is divorced. She's married to more than one man. Didn't she? I don't know if she married her first 2 baby fathers, but I know she married one of them, and then she ended up marrying Andrew Wilson later on. But the 2 kids that they had together, they were out of wedlock with Andrew. Okay, so let's see. It's like his situation is very complicated. It's like that's not a monogamous situation. Just my opinion, that's not a monogamous situation. I just confuse myself trying to think of that situation every single time. You notice, like, every time I try to mention his situation, it's like, okay, 3 kids, 2 daddies. Well, what's it? 3 kids, 3 different dads. You're just like, oh. Is it 3 kids, 2 baby daddies, 3 baby daddies, 2? I confuse myself every single time I try to bring it up. You know what I mean? So let me see. I might have to bring this situation up. I might have to look on my own off time. I'm gonna look for that debate. What's his name? Rob Kowalski, Andrew Wilson. He said he's a Christian, but he advocates for polygyny, meaning he advocates for men having more than one woman. So that's a very interesting case. And I already know when he brought this up to his Christian brethren, they were like, no. So, yeah, that's very interesting. So Ted Ferguson says, so she's still married to those other men. Wow, you are dumb. She divorced the other 2. So because she divorced them and she still has their kids, you consider that a monogamous situation? He's literally taking care of kids that are not his. Because I guess he's taking it literal. Well, they're actually broken up, so it doesn't count. Bro, he's taking care of kids that are not his. How is that monogamous? How is that monogamous? And guys, just because you break up with a woman or a man that you have kids with, that doesn't mean they're gone forever. They're here forever. You're with that person is linked with whoever you have kids with. You're linked with that person for life. You don't just get rid of that. I don't know what. This is why really on this channel, I'll say, hey, you better be careful of who you mess with, because whoever you're intimate with, that's yours for life. especially if kids come out of that situation. That's not monogamy. Not maybe you might disagree with me on that, but that I don't look at that. That's not monogamy. Well, what that's what he's doing he's doing what Cam Newton's doing. He's doing what this is the problem. Okay. So 15YJZ says women will morph into whatever they have to in order to secure a sucker. They are willing to come to church, get baptized, etc., in order to get a hopeless romantic down the aisle. I agree. So this is, well, a lot of people they don't know this because they're looking at the women talking crazy right now, and they think they're always gonna say this. Yes, you'll have the feminists that will quote unquote they'll go down with the ship, but most of them they're gonna change their talking points around once they hit that 26, 27 mark. Then they're gonna start changing. They're gonna say feminism tricked them, right? And and all that nonsense. I was sold a bill of goods. Feminism lied to me, yada yada yada. That's just a dating strategy, right? That's a mating strategy. They're doing this because it doesn't benefit them anymore. But when it was benefiting them, they was talking hella ish, talking wild stuff, right? Nathan Hannon. Oh, I cut myself off. So sorry about that. He said, give your definition of monogamy. One man, one woman. Partners for life. I sound like Jada Pickett now. But no, honestly, one man, one woman. Partners. For the most part, right? Obviously, there's little things, but for the most part, one man, one woman. You guys are the only ones that you've been sexually with. That's monogamy to me. But that's what I was brought up thinking. Monogamy is one man, one woman, no other sexual partners on both sides, mind you, on both sides. Okay, that's what I thought it was. But even if you don't completely agree with my definition, I don't understand how you can look at Andrew's situation as monogamy. There's no way. If Cam Newton said I'm in a monogamous relationship with Jasmine, right? You would say he's a lying ninja. You would say, don't you have all these kids with this other? That's what you would say. If Nick Cannon were to come out and say, this is I am monogamous with my partner, you would literally say, what about the other kids from his other situation? But Andrew Wilson gets a pass? How? Rachel Wilson gets a pass? How? How? I know if Nick Cannon said the same thing, if Nick Cannon was on a podcast advocating for monogamy, the first thing you would bring up is his kids from his other broads, or you would bring up her like say if Cardi B said I'm looking for a monogamous relationship, y'all would laugh. Or if she said I'm in a monogamous situation right now with Stephon Diggs, y'all would laugh. They're doing the exact same thing. I don't know how you guys can act like it's not. It's the exact same thing. Oh my God. You guys would literally be laughing at Cardi B if she said the same thing. But Rachel gets a pass? How? Guys, you guys are not making any sense. I know you're saying I'm not making any sense, but with the pure example that I just gave, I don't know how it doesn't register. This is very frustrating, fellas. This is very frustrating. This is wild work, man. This is crazy. Oh, that's not. I guess what I'm saying is not the definition of monogamy, but the oh Lord have mercy. I'm actually trying to help you guys out. You asked for my. That's, you see this. See 15YJZ. This is what they do. What's your definition? What do you think is the definition? Oh, this is my definition right there. I don't like that definition. And it's actually more conducive to what you guys want. I thought you guys wanted a woman that's, what's the word, chaste, right? Not a whole lot of bodies. What I just gave you when you're talking about monogamy, that's that's what you. I thought that's what you guys wanted. I thought that's what you guys want. A woman that's just only be with you. You only be with her, and that's it. I thought that's what y'all wanted. Unless if I'm going crazy. That wow, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I thought this is what the conservatives wanted. I thought this is what they I thought this is what they wanted, but they're I guess that's I'm really shocked. I'm very shocked. And plus, okay, 15YJZ, because I already know. Trust me. If you had one of these NFL players say, I am in a monogamous situation, right? And it was who's another? Oh yeah, Tyreek Hill, right? If Tyreek Hill said, okay, this is my new wife, right? Mind you, remember Andrew Wilson, this is his second marriage, right? He's been married before. Tyreek comes in and says, this is my new wife. I'm in a monogamous situation. You would not agree with him. You'd be like, no, you're not. Look at your kids from your other situation. That's the first thing that they would say. This is wild work, man. This is wild work. Well, I guess I thought conservatives wanted a woman with no like a damn near a zero body count, and then you as the man, you're monogamous on your end. I thought that's what the conservatives want. I gave the conservatives a pretty decent definition of what I thought that's what they wanted specifically, but they're going against it. I'm looking at the comments. No, that's not the right definition. Why? Because that would mean most of the conservative women that y'all think are conservative are not chaste, whatever that term is. I hope I'm saying the term right. Let's see. Chaste definition. Oh, I don't know. Oh, okay. I guess, was it chaste, abstaining from extramarital or from all sexual intercourse? Yeah, so I thought they wanted a woman that had no experience, an actual woman that actually, practiced celibacy. But I guess, conservative dudes, they want single mammies. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I guess conservative dudes want single mammies. I'm shocked. They're arguing against my definition, or the definition that I thought monogamy was. And I'm just I thought this is what the Bible promoted what I'm saying, right? No sexual partners with the woman on her end, no sexual partners on the man on their end. They come together. They're the only people that they come together. They're both virgins. They come together. They're the only sexual experience they've ever had. That's monogamy. Or anything close to that, where basically he has minimal partners on his end, she has minimal partners on her end. They come together and they form something stronger than that. Like I'm talking about, but when you have kids, especially if kids are involved, monogamy's out the window. That's not monogamy. Kids are involved. Other people, the kid's father is the other kid's father's. That's monogamy's out the window. Come on, guys. I already know, like, the regular listeners of this channel, they're just shocked at what they're seeing from the conservatives. They're mad at my definition, and I thought that's what the conservatives wanted. So Brian said, who was Andrew married to before Rachel? Well, allegedly he was, while he was, I don't know if they were like, if he was cheating with Rachel during that time, but apparently he was married to a black woman named Taraka, allegedly, right? But even then, when CGA asked him, have you been divorced? He refused to tell him. So that told me everything I needed to know right there. So I don't know if the woman's name was Taraka, but he was married while he was he was married to a woman while messing with Rachel, and then he had 2 outside kids with Rachel. Oh, I saw. Let me see something. He said, why did you skip all my messages? Because you said this message. You said this. Stop make precise points. Stop talking too much. Ninja, this is my channel. Who else are you going to hear talking? Of course I'm going to skip most of your messages. That's not a smart message. Stop talking so much. Ninja, then log off. There's other channels right now. 15 YJZs. It seems the one who can't call out Rachel for doing what most OF women do often on camera have protective denial. No, I'll say this: Republicans, or like conservatives in general, they showed me a different side to them where I was like, wow. Like, did you see the clip where you had a dude willing to defend Orange Man if he was on the Epstein list, right? So conservatives, they're just gonna defend their person no matter what. So you gotta respect the loyalty in general, but I think you're right in general. I think, because when I gave the definition that I gave, they got very defensive in the chat. Like, very defensive. And I was just like, damn, I thought that's what the conservatives wanted. They wanted a woman with no previous sexual partners. And then at the same time, as a man, you can't have that, right? You'll have men on here talking about that they're virgins themselves. They're waiting for the right one. So I didn't even have to address the male part of that situation. But I just assumed that they were waiting for another, woman with close to a 0 history. But I guess their only defense against of what I'm saying, particularly when it comes to Rachel, they're just gonna die on the sword that they think Rachel's only been with 3 people. I don't know what to I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, man. What do you mean? So Memetic Militia says, notice you won't play Andrew's arguments in any of these clips. What is there to argue? What, with the broad? You talking about with Charlie? Dude, I don't even have to watch the debate. I told you earlier, I don't have to watch the debate to know that he probably won. I would hope so. I'm pretty sure he was debating a woman that thinks that a man is a woman and a woman is a man. Congratulations. 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 What does he want? A cookie for that? play his his tactical did you see what he did you see what he just did there? What just oh my god. That's not impressive to me, guys. I'm sorry. It's just not impressive to me. Oh man. It's not impressive. So Brian says, why is the only argument that the left has with Andrew is his wife having previous marriages? Can't even attack his points, have to make personal attacks, shows how low your intellectual level is. No, you kind of expose how low your intellectual level is. Is plenty people on this space that are not on the left. Most infamously, Undead Chronic and Friends and Family have attacked Andrew Wilson for the exact same thing. For the exact same thing. Me, who's not on the left, right? Attacking Andrew Wilson, or not attacking, but just pointing out these are the things that's happening in your personal life. How are you going to be a representative or be a strong representative, or he says he's a Christian ethicist, right? How are you going to be a strong representative for traditionalism and Christian conservatism and Christianity, and you out here where your personal life looks like a mess? Somebody's going to point it out. How is that unfair to point out? And then you on these podcasts talking about people are being hoes and promiscuous, yet your wife has a promiscuous history. I mean, somebody was bound to bring it up. How is that beyond the realm of comprehension? You know what I mean? But anyways, that's like no source. Rachel said this herself on her blogs, her personal situation. Unless you're going to call Rachel a liar about her not having kids from different previous partners. Unless she's lying about that as well. Rachel Wilson admitted this herself. I mean, it's a legit argument. And this is before the left even got a hold of this information. Us here in this space, we got a hold of this information and we try to warn Andrew, stop debating low-hanging fruit before they expose your dumbass. Now the left has this argument. And they're right to use it. They're right to use it. you know. Pyro says the conservative just want to play another man's save game. Yeah, apparently they do. I didn't know this. I had no idea. But I guess this is why the OnlyFans broads, especially I'm talking about there's OnlyFans broads that I know right now personally. They're transforming their life right as we speak. They're going straight into the church. One broad actually took my advice. Lost the weight. She stopped messing with ninjas and now she in church. She's gonna catch somebody. Yeah, the church, man. Ooh, yikes! Y'all are basically food for the game. Ricardo Rodney says some men who claims they're conservatives, they have some kind of liberal lifestyle when it's only convenient. So you can't always believe everything they say. That is true. So, but this is why that's why I've been calling out Andrew Wilson in his lifestyle and his situation for about more than a year now, right? We wouldn't be in this position had he just chilled out for a second. Maybe, like, I'll say this. If he actually aimed his sights higher in terms of not staying on the whatever podcast, because obviously he dates other not dates. He that's crazy word. He debates other dudes, right? But most people are going to know him from the whatever podcast because he's there literally every other day. And anytime he does have an official debate, when he wants the most eyeballs, he uses the whatever podcast studio to do these debates. Oh, what's his name? Brian Simmons is just spamming the chat. Oh man. Somebody said, "Be kind to the host, gentlemen." Oh man. Let me see. Whoa, what username is that? Megaseth said, "It is clear why you have barely over 2,000 subscribers." I know. I know. I know. He says Andrew wins again. Against who? Charlie? I would hope so. I would hope so. Yeah, an abusive marriage. I was looking at that. Well, she was abandoned. Hey man. Uh these dudes will fall for anything. There's way too many people coming in saying Rachel Wilson was abandoned. Nah, bro. The first dude left her because he caught her cheating. 15YJC says no, but Andrew should take his own advice to find a virgin and marry her ecclesiastically. I think that's low key. So 15YJZ, I had a theory last year. This was my theory. I always believe that guys like Andrew Wilson, they just like being around a lot of. They won't admit it, but they like going on these debate shows with all these girls on. They love it. They love being around broads like that. They want to partake in the debauchery so bad, and they kind of cover it up by, shaming tactics, calling them 304s, with the righteous indignation and all that. That's all a cover up to me. You know what I mean? That's a cover up. The source of cheating. Okay, so Memetic militia, this is where you got to connect the dots, right? Most women, this is why I'm here, mind you. Most women, when they're with a dude, a lot of the times they overlap partners. Okay, they overlap. Or if you are dealing with a woman, say if you propose to her, you're dealing with a woman, you propose to her. She's, as we speak, right after you propose, she's gonna call the dude that she actually likes. She's gonna tell the dude, "Hey, this dude proposed to me," and she's just gonna wait for the other guy's answer. Many women, like Rachel, like other broads, they're usually dating more than one dude. And when you look at the history between her baby fathers, when you look at how Andrew was in a situation when he had the two kids with Rachel, she has a pattern of behavior, right? You gotta connect the dots. I can't hold your hand, 12 rules, Jordan Peterson, 12 rules of life. I don't know, maybe in your mind, you just think that, okay, she just had one baby daddy. She took a break, had no bodies, met the second baby daddy, and just out of the blue, like a Hallmark, a Hallmark movie. That's not how life works. Most women have a backup plan. And Rachel is not immune from that. she's not immune from that. But I don't know. That's just wild. They think Rachel only got 3 bodies. That's funny. That's funny to me. Exactly. CS says they make money off these women that they love to shame so much. This dude be on that podcast every other day. From what I've seen, he be on there literally at least once a week. At least once a week, he's on that podcast. If not there physically, but there virtually. I'm just saying, look, when I'm around people that I don't like, I be trying to get away with them. Like I try to get away from them as soon as I can. Right? Even especially at like I'm 27 right now. And I'm already at that point. If I don't fuck with you for real, I will not even make that effort. I don't even like being around a bunch of hoes just in general. Only like in small tidbits I can just be around, and then I gotta get away. Like if I got invited to say the Fresh and Fit show, I would ask, can I just do a show with just you two, with Myron and Fresh, and then that's it. And if they really want me to be on there with them hoes, 1 show max. And never again. But he's there every single he's there like every wow. He seems like he can't get enough. Right? See here. Let's replay this though. Let's replay the viral clip. Let's replay the viral clip.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
Don't talk about my wife. You shut your fucking mouth.
Rachel, are you there? Can you hear us? Rachel?
Can you hear me?
Oh no, that's not it. Dang. That's not it. I need the full one where they were both talking. Here we go, right
and
here.
I'm just gonna be
Here we go. My fault, guys, right here. The full exchange.
well, I'll try to rephrase this. I'm gonna reframe. And I'm just gonna be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator or I don't make good points or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly, you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
Andrew, can I?
So right here,
So-
that was an insult. Like I said earlier, that was an insult. But Andrew Wilson fanboys, they just act like he just gets attacked unprovoked. Guys, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this. But anyways,
You on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you and
Under
you
under
lick
your,
sniz.
under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a
mean?
fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby.
What did I
daddies?
just say?
Your
Dyke?
wife with
here we go. I saw something here. E-Waste Dating Tips says, I did not respond back, but that her writing, you can find it on Pearl episode comment section, pass or smash young Andrew Wilson. Let's not go there. Let's not go. I don't want to insult, because like I said, Andrew Wilson was at a point when he was younger. Mind you, I think Rachel Wilson is like 4 or 5 years older than Andrew. So it's going to be a lot of young conservative men in that same situation. So they really got to be careful about that. They oh man. Anyways, conservatives are like cancel fanboys. Yeah, the conservatives they take an L on this one. I cannot believe what I saw in this chat from the Andrew Wilson fanboys. I cannot believe what I'm seeing, especially when I talked about the monogamy, and I gave my the definition of what I was brought up to believe what monogamy was, and them acting like I was saying nothing, or I'm not saying the quote unquote right definition, and even according to Nathan's definition, that still doesn't describe Andrew's situation. I'm shocked. let's see. CS says it's an ecosystem. The so-called social pressure Wilson loves to talk so much about is actually making more of the women famous and subscribers to all sides. Exactly. I've already talked about this on this channel when these girls, they go on these shows because they know it's going to get their OnlyFans numbers up.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to
Do the women that you try
show
to
your hatred against?
Do the women that you try
convince them
to
that they shouldn't?
You know,
like,
Charlie, did I
pursue
bring
women? Do they know
Charlie?
that
Did
your
I bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older?
Did I bring any of your
You called
family
me
into
fucking
anything?
Stupid.
Did I
You
say
called
anything
me
about
fucking
your
stupid.
family being stupid, Charlie?
You could.
It's
You
because
Well, she didn't say that his family was stupid, but it's a legit point to bring up regarding your family dynamics, considering that you stand on your Christianity, your conservatism, your traditionalism. You're the one on here on the whatever podcast. Everybody just, they think you're red pill because you're on that show literally every day. You're on every other clip when it comes to these whatever podcast clips going viral. So of course it's going to be shocking to the average normie when they find out your situation is more secular than more it's more secular than the secularists.
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed and you know that the traditional
This is facts. These are facts.
values that you try to sell people
Okay.
on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional
Let's
man.
go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm doing, which is immoral.
So these are facts. These are facts. She just already explained the hypocrisy.
Well, let me.
So now he's going to change it to, what am I doing immoral? What's wrong with me raising another man's kids? No, she already explained. She already explained your L. She already explained. She already explained it. And then they, like later on in the debate, they had Rachel Wilson call in on the show. They had his wife call in on the show. That's an L. Even though he won the debate in general, obviously, I would hope so. The 6-hour debate. But he had the wife calling in on the pod. Nah. That's a public L. I'm talking about to the normies, right? To the public eye. When it comes to the optics, that's an L. Okay? Eway said, here's the comment again. Rachel Wilson days ago. You don't know what you know. We're going to leave that out. 15Y Jay-Z says, why didn't Andrew say it's not true what she's saying about his wife? That's the thing. If it's a lie, because I said 2 baby daddies, 3 kids. She said 3 baby daddies, and he didn't call her a liar. So that's because well, first of all, Rachel has already, she confirmed it. She said this on her own blog, right? Rachel has 3 baby daddies. That's Andrew and the other 2 before him. So much so you had dudes coming in saying that she only has a three body count. And now they're saying I'm a liar. I'm talking when you had dudes come in on the chat saying that, well, she only has 3 bodies and it was the other 2 dudes that she had a kid with. Oh. Oh my goodness, man. And sorry for like the laughing and the constant laughs, but this is wild. This is wild. This is wild. Well, Garrett, I'll say this. It's not even, Garrett, it's not about the evidence. Because it's first of all, it's right there in front of them. This could be easily looked up. The problem is when you're debating people where it's like where the cognitive dissonance is very strong and they're just gonna defend their guy no matter what. You can give them all the evidence in the world. They're gonna still say, we need more proof. I always compare it to the situation when you remember when you had the black scholar. He locked himself outside the house somebody called the cops for breaking into his own house, and then he literally showed the cops, no, this is my degrees, these are all my things, this is like, and the cops were like, nah, we need more proof. That's what it's like. That's what it's like debating liberals, and that's what it's like debating conservatives and the rest of the purple pillars. You can give them all the evidence, but because they have their stance, they're not there. If you give them what they want, they're still gonna they're gonna dismiss it. They're still gonna call you a liar. Because remember when I showed like the source or where I got my info from, you still have people in the comments was like, well, it's not that bad. You literally have people in the comments saying, oh, it's not that bad. What's so wrong with wifing abroad with 2 baby daddies and 3 kids? You're just like, oh, okay, never mind. I went on Cool One VC's pod. I talk about the family court. This is what CJ was trying to talk about when he was hammering home the point of men trying to avoid being in family court. He responds back, okay, family court this. What's the big deal about family court? And you're just like, wow, okay. See, CS says, I heard him keep bringing up her father in one of those clips. Even the clips are getting cringe to watch, much less than whole 6 hours. I think the normies are I think the liberals they started catching wind of Andrew Wilson's situation with the, his wife having 3 baby daddies, 3 kids with 2 baby daddies, right? And I think the liberals caught on to it, and then they sent her to make him look stupid. So that I believe. That I believe, because when I was looking at the beginning of the debate, she was saying nothing. She was just out there, just like, I'm just a dumb girl. I was like, oh, they was playing Andrew. Andrew saw that bitch. She was like, this is gonna be easy money. Nope, that's a trap. This is why I've been trying to say on this pod, stop debating low hanging fruit. A lot of the times it's a trap. I made the soccer analogy. I made the basketball analogy, football analogy. Sometimes what defenders or what coaches will coach the opposition to do, they will leave certain gaps. People are told on offense, take your space. Take your space when it comes to soccer, football, basketball. Sometimes it's a trap. Sometimes that's a trap. Just letting you know. The way some of the more well-coached teams, they will give certain people space on purpose. So here you are taking the easy space, the free space. Then they got you trapped. In basketball, you think you're about to dribble up, and then all of a sudden these people come out. No, now you're trapped. Now turnover. Soccer, they give you space to dribble somewhere. Then all of a sudden you see these people come out of nowhere. Now you have nowhere to go. Sometimes it's a trap. I said this last stream. He's dissing carpet muncher. He's dissing carpet munchers. Yeah, he got tight when she brought up his familial situation. He started calling her a carpet muncher. That was funny. Play the clip of Rachel calling in. I think I've seen that part. I think I've seen that part where I think didn't the lesbian say, didn't she say she said that Rachel should have aborted her kids. Or they gave her a scenario, and then she said that Rachel should have aborted her kids. And I'm like, these are the people that you give Andrew Wilson, kudo points of debating. see. Art. Do you have proof of her cheating? Just asking. Anyway, I will say this in life. You can catch a bitch cheating, like just catch her cheating, red-handed, and she's still gonna say that she's been abandoned, right? If somebody asks her what happened, she's not gonna say that she cheated. You really think that Rachel's gonna say that she cheated? You can literally catch a bitch. It don't matter, conservative, liberal. If you can catch her red-handed, or you can find out you've been raising a kid that's not yours. You leave her, and she will tell everybody that she's been abandoned. You guys do know that, right? I mean, if you want to take her word for it, if you want to take her word for it, have at it. If you want to, because it was other bitches that called her out for cheating. It was another woman that called her out. And when you look at the timeline, her assumption is quite common. It's not like a unique thing. What Rachel does is what Rachel did with Andrew is not a unique. That's not a unique situation. That's I know a lot of women like that roll like Rachel. Now they might be of a different background, but they're doing this. They're doing the exact same. They're doing the exact same thing. So Byron Simmons says, apparently Andrew was married to a black woman, so that argument is effing stupid. Oh, the one that E-Waste brought up. I don't know what that has to do with what I'm saying. Yeah, this is what I've been saying. So E-Way says, Brian, do you really think y'all would be supporting Rachel as some kind of trad woman with 2 baby daddies if she was of a different background? Or I'll even say this, man, if they found out that one of if they found out that one of Andrew Wilson's stepkids had a little bit of color to him, they would have been thrown away Andrew Wilson. They would have been thrown him and his ecclesiastical marriage package they would have been thrown away. They would have called the police on Andrew for grifting. Man, if they found out one of them stepkids. Exactly. So this was all on her blogs. She admitted this. Man, we ain't finna drop nothing. Oh, Garrett, I told you, don't drop the link. Don't give him what because he's gonna see it. He's still gonna be in denial. He's still gonna be in denial. I tell him, don't give him nothing. I used to be that guy. I used to be the guy. I'll be dropping evidence, links, Scott. I used to be that guy, especially when I was younger. I used to be, man, look at this research. They're not trying to see that. They have a view of looking at things, and if anything disrupts that worldview, they can look at the evidence right in front of them, and they'll be like, "No, I don't accept this." You can literally exchange Instagrams, Facebooks, Twitter, whatever, and give him the link. He's still gonna say you're a liar. I've seen this. I even like when I would debate sports with people. You give them the stats, whatever, and they'll just be like, they would run with a narrative that is not true, and then you'll be like, well, this is what actually happened, and they will still run with the narrative. I don't want to bring up any obvious examples because then I'm going to have a whole other 3 or 5 people being mad with me. Brian said all of her kids were in marriages. No, they were not. No, they were not. Yep. Eway said Rachel Wilson is the highest form of feminism, covert feminism, full stop. This is what, especially, this is really what this channel's about. Particularly to call out the covert feminists. When you talk about Rachel Wilson, Lila Rose, I hope I'm saying her name right. Yeah, Lila Rose. I think Lila Rose is the worst, right? Riley Gaines. Who else am I missing? Yeah, Tommy Lauren. Tommy Lauren. The covert feminists. Right. These are the people that you really got to watch out for. Megyn Kelly, Lauren Ingram. I'm missing a lot of these. Like these are feminists. Yeah, Rachel is a white Keisha. On my channel I call her a white Keisha. Oh man. 15YJZ says the chat is like a bunch of Agent Smiths finding out Mr. Anderson met with the Oracle. They'll learn. Well, I'll say this because here's the thing. When it comes to the conservatives, they're so hard-headed. I don't think they'll learn. The liberal dudes, the male feminist types, like, I don't really worry about them because eventually they're going to get hit in the head. Eventually that brick is going to hit their head and they're going to be like, oh, I think I need to amend some of my worldviews, right? They'll still be a simp, but at least they'll know. But I think with the conservatives, they're still going to hold on to what they think is right, quote unquote right. Even if the person that's representing them is a complete contradiction to everything that they believe in. Oh my God. Brian, I know you did not just say this. I know you did not just say this. Oh my God. Guys, look at Brian's comment. Look at Brian's comment. He said a man is more of a man if he does take care of a kid that isn't his. That's a real Christian, not the BSU. I low-key should log off with that. I low-key should log off. Like I said, guys, be careful. This is why I'm really against this Andrew Wilson character, because now look at the type of fans he got. Look at the type of fans he got. He said, "This is. Am I looking at a conservative or a feminist right now?" He said, "A man is more of a man if he does take care of a kid that isn't his. That's the real Christian, not your BS you made up." So now he's already conceding that we're right. He's not going to say that we're right. Now he's trying to say that a man is more of a man if he takes care of a kid that isn't his. You can't make this stuff up, guys. You can't make this stuff up, guys. This is the guy spamming the chat, by the way. This is the guy spamming the chat. Andrew Wilson isn't a dad. He's the dad that stepped up. Oh, man. That's wild. Yeah, denying reality. Yeah, I don't want to call his fan base a cult, but damn. Like, damn, man, that's wow. Yeah, Brett Cooper, Candace Owens. Even though I'll say this, I like Candace Owens a little bit, but she's a plant. She's still a plant. Candace Owens, Brett Cooper, Tommy Lauren, Megyn Kelly. Yeah, these are all, Candace Owens included. These are all feminists. Oh man. So Memetic Militia says, does the RP say to not marry single moms? I really want to know how well any of you understand what RP is. Well, most if you talk to a single mom alone, they'll tell you if they have a son, and if their son brings on a single mom, watch your reaction. So even in the normie world, that's not an ideal situation. I'm talking about in the normie world. It's not even just RP world. It's just common sense. But this is why you'll have guys in the tradcon space, manosphere space. They take a lot of bullets because here we are talking about traditional this, masculinity this, yet we keep catching these people in the RP with single mammies. We keep catching tradcons with single mammies. Like, that's just common sense. It's not just the RP or people in the manosphere saying not to be with a single mom. That's most most women, they won't say it, like, obviously when they're with their cohorts of broads, but even single moms, they would be mad if their son came home with a single mom. I thought this was common sense, mind you. I thought that was common sense. Oh man. Yeah. He said that is a loss, full stop. Dating a single mother is a loss. RP. Like, even me, I think, because I don't even, because people will say single moms are recreational use only. I say you're playing with your life. Even just sleeping with a single mom, you're playing with your life. Because there's other men involved. You don't know if her baby daddy's a stalker. You don't know if her baby daddy's a criminal. You don't know if he's writing it. You don't know, like, say if she has multiple baby daddies, Rachel Wilson's case, right? You don't know what you're dealing with. That's dangerous. It's actually, even if you're just sleeping with a single mom, you're putting your life. Yo, Dre God, he says, you people in the comments are disgusting and worse than the 304s. Yeah, it's full. This is worse than the women, bro. Because what's the point in the women changing if guys like this exist? If guys like Memetic Militia, Brian, what's his name? Brian Simmons, right? If Brian Simmons exists, all the Andrew Wilson boys, what's the point of them changing their 304 ways if you guys are just going to be there to save them? It's and you have the normies having to tell you this. If you go on Twitter right now, it's normies like, wait, but isn't he the type of guy that he doesn't want his followers to be? It's shocking. It's quite shocking. Yeah. Yep. He said even dating a single mom is dangerous. Yeah, like not like no. I would, like, even like when it comes to young men, I would tell them don't even date. I would tell them don't even sleep with a single mom, even if it's for a one night stand. Now, it's one thing if you didn't know, but even if it's for a one night stand, don't do it. You could end up losing your life. You can end up losing your life. Like, that's like, because especially when you're talking about a young man with not a whole lot of experience, what a single mom will do, and that's what Rachel Wilson did to Andrew. They're not gonna lead with that they're a single mom or they have kids. They're not gonna say anything. They're just gonna sleep with you, especially if you're a man with no experience. They're gonna just keep sleeping with you. That she's going to love bomb you with sex. She's going to, quote unquote, be submissive, be, quote unquote, better than the woman his age. And after he catches feelings, he's in way too deep. He's in way too deep to break it off. And that's what happened with Andrew. That's going to happen with a lot of young conservative men, particularly because you have a lot of the young male conservative cohort. That cohort, there, a lot of them, they don't have a whole lot of sexual experience with women, or just experience with women in general. So they don't know their strategies. They don't really know the things that they do to get their own way. They don't even realize, when I tell you, most times women don't use sex for pleasure. Most times women don't use sex for pleasure, and dudes will get shocked. Like, huh? Yeah. There's other reasons why they use the tactics that they use. He said describing the downsides of dating single mom is not a prescription, but like it's like it's like I don't know why I got to tell people this stuff, because even in the normie world, if you're working with, like, say if you have a female coworker, like I've had female coworkers that are single moms that would tell me don't date a single mom. Like, come on, like I thought this was common. I thought that was common sense. What's Mimedic Militia talking about? What's this in the RP? Say it, answer it. I thought it was just common sense. Like that's like I thought I didn't have to tell men to not marry a hoe. I thought this was common sense. You definitely don't need the RP for that. Oh, he's a step. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I must have missed the comment. So Brian Simmons is a stepdad. Okay, that makes sense. That's why he's upset with me. Okay, that now that makes sense. that makes sense. So shout out to Brian. So he's a stepdad. So that's why he finds what I'm saying repulsive. That makes sense. Because I'm sitting there just like, why is he spamming the chat? Well, he's a stepdad. I don't know if you're talking about the same comment where he said there was nothing wrong with being a stepdad, but is he really a stepdad? Is like Brian Simmons, are you a stepfather? Are you a stepfather? I must have missed the chat where he said, "Oh, I am a stepfather." He said, "Big Chris, that is the problem in the RP spaces. They are saying don't date single moms, and then they find out they're doing it. That needs to stop." Facts. This is why I basically disavowed Andrew Wilson. I'm like, no, not a supporter. I disowned that ninja mad quick when I found out about him last year. Yeah, 5 children, 3 baby daddies. So yeah, as we speak, Rachel Wilson has 3 baby daddies, 5 kids. 5 kids with 3 baby daddies. Man, I cannot believe you guys are there are people in here arguing pro being with a single mom, and it's dudes. Mind you, I'm talking about in my personal life, I've had single moms say not to date single moms. It'll be like I remember there was this one, he said he admitted that he has a stepdaughter. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. So Brian Simmons admitted that he has a stepdaughter. That's why he's upset with me. That makes sense. Okay, shout out to you. Good luck to you, man. Let me see. A bottle of ketchup. He says, are you making the argument that no dads are better than stepdads? What is your argument here that being with a single mom is less than ideal? Yes, and other single moms will tell you that is less than ideal, the same as bad. Nigga, yes. This is okay. So especially when you're talking about Andrew Wilson, you're going on the whatever podcast to the normies. I'm talking about from the normies point of view, even from my point of view. You're on the whatever podcast every other day. You have a residency basically at the whatever podcast. You go on there shaming 304s, calling women prostitutes. I've seen this going on these shows, calling women prostitutes, calling women promiscuous, calling women this, that, all of that. And yet you're the type of dude that a promiscuous woman is going to fall back on or look for in the future. Those same hoes that he's shaming are going to be looking for an Andrew Wilson later on, and they're going to get their wish. He's part of the problem. Oh, man. Let me see. Dre God said he's upset that he made the wrong life choices and now he's trying to lead other young men into his misery. Yeah, facts. Like, but that's what I'll say this, because I'll say this. A lot of the stepdads that I've seen, or they'll give advice and they'll be like, yo, Chris, don't this stepdaddy life, this is not for everybody. I've had dudes come up to me and be like, nah, this stepdaddy like this is not for you. I remember I was talking to a bartender I used to work with, and he told, this was a white dude. He told me specifically, yo, Chris, I don't think you should be dating, stepmoms, this and that. And this is also why you shouldn't be dating, black women or Latino women. You probably should be dating white women. And now I disagreed with him at the time. I was like 19 or 20 years old when he told me that. But these are the things. Like, because usually the older dudes from my personal life, they told me like, nah, this ain't it. Even just like, I know dudes that were like married, they did it the right way, and they've told me, they pulled me to the side, nah, this ain't what you want. This ain't what you want, right? He said Andrew made it. Comedic Militia said Andrew made it work. Or oh yeah, this one. He said, I'm just mad because it worked for Andrew. He has to make it work. He has no choice but to make it work. If he doesn't make it work, he's going to be in family court again. He tried to act like he didn't know what family court was. Exactly. Throwing stones from a glass house. That's what Andrew Wilson, that's why he's getting put on blast on the internet. Now they're okay. So at first we were lying. So guys, remember, so Comedic Militia is now trying to make it a moral issue. But is it morally wrong to be a stepdad? Don't do that. Don't. You see, now at first we were lying. You know what I mean? At first we were lying about this whole situation with Rachel. Apparently we were lying. Now you're trying to say, is it morally bad? Come on now, like, come on. Oh, you think I'm lying about the cheating? Oh, yeah, sure. Anyways, most of your people was on here talking about I was lying about just that whole Rachel situation. Now, I know your thing is with the cheating thing, but you should be able to put 2 and 2 together. Dre God said, this isn't the era to be a stepdad, especially with the type of women we have today. This isn't the damn 90s. Even then, those guys were getting finessed. You know what I mean? Those guys were getting finessed. But it's not even about it being a certain era. It's just, I don't. The only reason I see like, okay, you being a stepdad makes sense is if you were in a situation, you have your kids, like you already have your own kids, right? And you're looking for a woman. She's a widow. and then you take her on, and she already had kids from a previous relationship. And I mean, and I say this when I say this, she's a widow. That's the only time I think that makes sense. I know I'm a bit extreme on that, but that's the only time it makes sense for me, because as the stepdad, I still think as the stepdad, especially if you're taking care of the broad and her and the kids that she kept, you should have the number one authority in the house. But that's not what happens when you're the stepdad. You're just basically the step wallet. You're basically a step wallet. You're just funding that lifestyle, but you literally have zero authority. Yeah, the believe all women head ass. Like, man, this, like, the male conservatives. Wow. So remember when, because AJ would literally, he would have that poll, who are the worst, the trad cons or the male feminists on the liberal sides. And I always say, I just think they're both like, you can't deal with these people. You can't deal with these people. We got people now trying to lecture us about why being a stepdad ain't that bad. Nah, man. You better sit your ass home if you want to sit there, go on these podcasts debating low hanging fruit. Oh man. Wait, hold on. Pyro says, Chris, my sister got heated when she heard you talking about dealing with a single mom is a dangerous game because of her baby daddy. He said, I was walking past with the phone. They know. That's why she got mad. They know. That's a dangerous game. I would never advocate anybody taking on a single mammy. Ever. I don't even, like I said, I told you earlier, I don't even advocate men sleeping with single moms nowadays. That's too big of a risk. Because now what if you mess up? Now she keeps your kid. Now you're baby daddy number 6. Man, no. No, you just try to make it a moral thing. I already told you. He's part of the problem. He should stay his ass home, as Mr. Christian ethicist. Stop trying to preach to 304s, and he's not even in a traditional situation. Yep. Liberals and conservative trad cons, they believe all women. But like I said, with the trad cons, it depends on what type of women it is. I'm telling 15YJZ, if Cam Newton came with that same BS that Andrew Wilson was saying, they would be making fun of Cam Newton. I know it. I know that demographic too well. They would be making fun of Cam Newton for saying, like, if he said the exact same things, if he was saying these exact same things as Andrew Wilson, they would be making fun of him, bringing up the fumble in the Super Bowl. They would not have Cam's back at all. Yep, trad cons and liberals just love playing another man's save game. This is proof right here. This is proof right here. We got people. I'm saying that they spamming my chat. I'm talking about spamming my chat, not because I'm talking about they're spamming my chat because they think that being a stepdaddy ain't too bad. It ain't too bad, man. It ain't no big deal. It's not no big deal. What? Are you kidding me? Oh man. That's what I'm just saying. Like, can people just not deal with women with no kids? well, believe all women. I guess I don't know why they believe Rachel with the only been with 3 people. That's wild. That's wild to me. But anyways, let's go on Twitter and let's just look at the reactions from the normies. I just had it actually. Hold on. I just had it. Let's go on my bookmarks. So here, this is a liberal female, right? That I'm showing you. This is her account. This is a liberal female. And and I'm talking about she's in the comment section destroying the TradCon dudes. You know what I mean? Like I'm sitting there looking at this. I'm like, man, the TradCons, they're a black eye. Like they're, in my opinion, the TradCons are a bigger black eye in this space than the incels. Is the pickup artists, and the TradCons tied with number 1. I don't even want to say one is number 1 or number 2. Both of them are cancers. Yep. Facts. I'll say that. Yeah, I agree. So 15YJC said CGA shook the manosphere tree, and believe all women apologists came falling down. Like, yeah, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Like I remember I heard CJ said that the manosphere is like dead, and I don't believe that in terms of, because I think there's always going to be a space for men, because men are always going to get destroyed, and they're going to need answers. This is where we come in, right? But he means in terms of the highest, when we talk about the height of the manosphere or the RP sphere, right? It's never going to reach back to those heights. So I do believe him with that. But the more that I see, when we shake the manosphere tree and we look at the simps that are in there hiding, I'm like, damn, these people have been making us look bad. These people have been I'm talking about these people have been making us look. It's not just what they're saying online, it's their actions. Got these people calling these hoes 304s and washed up and all this stuff. Meanwhile, these people are whole stepdaddies behind the scene. These people are part of the problem. Oh, Rachel's only been with 3. She's only been with 3. She's only been with 3 dudes. Look, if you ask Amber Rose how many dudes she's been with, if you ask Amber Rose how many dudes she's been with, you know what she's going to tell you? She's going to look you straight in the face and say, I've only been with Wiz Khalifa, 21 Savage, and Kanye West. She's going to, that's what hoes do. And y'all not gonna believe it, obviously, because she was a stripper. But it's obvious with her, she was a stripper. But it's the same playbook. Believe all Rachels. Believe all Rachels. He said hypocrites like Andrew use that argument to avoid accountability. Oh yeah, what's so morally wrong with me being a stepdad? Are you kidding me? It's not even about the morals. Just you being a stepdad. I'm talking about debate. Say if you never even had a debate podcast, you're still part of the problem with you being a stepdad, especially in this day and age. You're still part of the problem. Even if you wasn't a debate me, bro. You're no different from the male feminists. Why don't you start your own family? Wow. Yeah. And Garrett said, Andrew is do as I say, not as I do. Classic. Yeah. Classic. Do as I say, not as I do. Anyways, let's look at some of these comments. So right here, somebody said, wow, this changed my whole opinion about him, the alpha male. Now, obviously, these are lazy arguments, but like the normies are going to look at this. They're going to be like, damn, another person that is affiliated with this space because he's always on the whatever podcast, right? They're going to be like, that's another quote unquote debate me, bro, conservative RP guy. Even though he's not an RP guy, they're just gonna say he's an RP guy. They said that's another guy they caught with a baby mom, and people just wonder why. And I'm talking about the simps wonder why, or men wonder why women look at us like we're crazy. It's because of guys like you. It's because of guys like Andrew Wilson. This is why they look at us like we're crazy. He said, "Bro was the third daddy." So here we have an Andrew Wilson stan coming to his defense right here. He goes, definitely don't like him, but she was married to all the guys she had kids with. So this is a dead argument. There's no guarantee a marriage will work out. It is what it is. They've been together / married almost 2 decades. It was a poor argument to use. And she goes, not the second one. That's all she had to say. That just her saying not the second one, that already destroys him, because it's like, damn, what do you mean? He's third. He's the third baby father. He's the third baby father. Somebody said, I can't believe he got this angry over that statement. What a genuine punani. She goes, that's because he's ashamed. And that's right. Andrew Wilson is ashamed. He won't admit it, but he is ashamed. So right here, this is what kills the argument right here. So this is why I don't like guys like this, the male conservatives that be telling, broads that they're going to die alone. This is why I've always been against that as well. You'll have dudes in the space talking about, oh, the women are going to die alone. I'm against that. I'm against that. So, because now she's using that argument against you. Here you have a male conservative simp saying you'll die alone with multiple STDs. And this is what Katrina says. She says, nope. Simps like Andrew will always exist. I'll get some baby daddies first. Rachel is goals. You got destroyed by a feminist right here. 0 replies, no one wants your disgusting snatch. Katrina replies, I don't have enough baby daddies yet for Andrew fans to like me. You lost. Imagine you got to go to bed at night knowing you just got destroyed by a feminist right here, whoever this 0 character is. And this is where I got my argument. I didn't repost it though. So this comment right here, she said, nope. Simps like Andrew will always exist. I'll get some baby daddies first. Rachel's is goals. This shows that Andrew Wilson is the problem. And you guys are trying to say, what's the big deal? Are you kidding me? What's the big deal? Oh man. This is wild work. This is wild work. But if you look at in her comment section, she's sitting there destroying. She's basically destroying the TradCon dudes, because now their argument is, okay, what's so wrong with being a stepdad? I'm like, that's the hill they finna die on? Wow. Oh yeah, I gotta stop using that term finna. Pyro says all they're doing is giving these women hope, so when they do have kids, the cleanup dude will always be there to fill in. I believe all Rachel's. Let me see these comments. Bruh. Pyro says, "Man, she's right. Simps like Andrew will always be around to look at around. Look at yourself. Look at yourself. Live chat. Chris, it says it all." 15Y Jay-Z said, "Gentlemen, don't bring race card into this. Stay on topic." Hey, like I said, they brought up the race card. You know, I saw what's his name, Girth, Wind and Fire. But anywho, but I mean, her argument right there shows, like, I mean, it's kind of embarrassing when you think about it. But she's right. What's the point of you going on these podcasts, calling 304s, 304s, woman promiscuous, all these things, and your wife is the exact same thing. And your wife is actually, she's the manifestation of what these hoes are trying to do anyways. You as a man, Andrew Wilson, you are the manifestation of the simp that she hopes to find at the end of the cock carousel, right? So that's the ultimate irony in it. And people wonder why people don't take Christians seriously, Christian conservatives particularly, the manosphere in general. And I'm going to have to blame the manosphere on this, because when they had the Andrew Wilson CGA topic, it was a lot of people on Andrew Wilson's side. I was surprised. I was baffled at how many people were on Andrew Wilson's side with the CGA debate. I couldn't believe it, because I thought it was just going to be like the same results with the Hafiz CGA debate. But like I said, people like to make excuses for Andrew Wilson. I don't get it. And he's part of the problem. At least Hafiz dated, at least he married a bitch that didn't have kids from another broad. And she was like an actual young woman. At least Hafiz actually married a young woman with no kids. I mean, the bar is really low. Good Lord, have mercy. And here I am. I'm sitting there making fun of Hafiz. Oh man. Oh yeah, I got to get Trevor LinkedIn to create the race cards. Put the race card up. But I gotta make one for the blacks, and then I gotta make one for the TradCon whites, because it's not like with the race card, it's not all whites. That's just a small sub, like that's just only a small subsection, and it's usually the white dudes that don't really, they're not experienced with women. Those tend to be the ones that that get tight about this. But I do got to have the race card up, because remember when I did the Charleston White video, and I said Charleston White was right about the why black male athletes are choosing white female athletes. It was just all types of pro blacks in the comment section. What are you trying to say, man? I'm just sitting there just like, you know what? I'm like, I don't have time to argue this. Oh man. He said, so Mimedic Militia said Gen X is moving towards church. Do you mean Gen Z, right? I hope you mean Gen Z, not Gen X, because I think you meant I'm gonna assume that you meant to say Gen Z. Now, assuming that I'm right, that doesn't matter. You guys, the church is a rest haven for hoes. It's been a rest haven for hoes. Church is a rest haven for hoes, man. I don't know where you've been in these past couple years. I think because like the track con dudes are so caught up in the outer, what you look like from the outside. So they just see these bitches coming in with their what's it, J&M collection dress shirt, INC Style and Co pants, right? Their Michael Kors shoes or whatever. They see them in the church looking, nice, and they just can't fathom them that they used to be a 304 or they are currently a 304. They just can't fathom it. The church, especially nowadays, especially now. Church is full of hoes, full of thoughts. Exactly. Garrett said, this is why hypocrites are not respected. The opposite side will use your past against you. Militia said, Cope laugh is the icing on the cake. Well, dude, I gotta laugh. I have to. This is, not only is this hilarious, but this is really sad. If I don't laugh, I might just be like, will just look at this with my hands, with my hands on my face with disgust. So that's why I gotta laugh just to keep it lighthearted, because I really shouldn't be taking it seriously. But I'm looking at y'all comments and I'm just like, you guys are lost. I'm like, I'm sitting there just like, damn, have I been wasting my time? And you guys are promoting stepdaddyism, moving the goalposts when you guys are getting caught up. When we're mentioning Rachel's situation, just the fact that you guys believe Rachel's only been with 3 people, I'm sad. This sad. This is not actually This is not actually laughable. It's actually sad. This is sad. Imagine it's almost like it's like if you have a brother or a male friend that and he brings a hoe and he doesn't know that she's a hoe, and he's just arguing against you and he's about to end your friendship with you because you can see the hoe in her, but he doesn't see it. And it's just like, what do you do? It's either you laugh about it. It's like, what do we do? What do I do? what can I do? He said, you, sir, are worse than a feminist. Homie, you guys are a feminist dream. You guys might not see it yet, but you guys are the track con dudes. Y'all are a feminist dream. You guys are the cushion. You guys are the safe. You guys are the cushion. You guys are actually the reason people talk about, oh, the laws need to change in favor of men. The laws are never going to change if you still have dudes like you continuing to save hoes, not only save hoes, but participate in a structure that doesn't benefit men. He said black pill. What are you talking? Black pill? What does the black pill have to do with what I'm saying? Dude, the black pill focuses on looks. Like what do you, because you think I'm a doomer. So because you think I'm a doomer, I'm a black pillar. All doom and gloom. Okay. Oh, that's, like I said, that's very lazy analysis. By the way, the black pill focuses more on looks. It's not even Like it's more of a looks thing. They're just hung up on looks. And by the way, the trad cons are worse than the black pillars. Trad cons are worse than the black pillars. Way worse. I stand on that. Black, like I said, black pillars are actually welcome. Incels, I think they're what was it? The incels, I know they're a selfish cohort, but I don't think they're part of the problem. It's really it's the pickup artists and the trad cons. Because the pickup artists, they'll tell you that women have no value and women have a inflated ego, but then in the next breath, they will tell you to approach 150 broads. Right? They'll do this. And then with the trad cons, they will look you dead in your face and promote stepdaddyism. And because I'm against stepdaddyism, I'm against dudes trying to promote traditionalism, and you're not living that lifestyle yourself, but I'm the bad guy for saying that. It's the trad cons and the PUAs. They're the biggest problem. This is why women be like, they'll look at you and they'll just be like, man, I'll be fine. These hoes, like, they'll just, the way they live life, they'll be like, I'll be fine, because guys like that exist. Yeah, they just think so. Yeah, Pyro says, we know she's taking meat when she was divorced. We all know that for a fact. If anyone says otherwise, it's definitely sleeping or just have no logical argument. Stop saving 304s. Like, they think, even like say in La La Land, all right, we'll go on Fantasy Island. Say if she did lose her virginity to her face baby father, right? You think in the divorces or in the split ups, she had no guys in between the split ups? If you guys, excuse me, if you guys think so, I don't know what to tell. I don't know what to tell you. This is wild, man. Homie, you're taking the Chat GPT definition of the black pill. I'm talking about actual black pill. Have you actually watched these the black pill channels? Most of these guys, the more prominent ones, they tend to focus on looks and looks maxing. These are the more prominent black pillars. You're talking about the whole Chat GPT, bro. You taking a Chat GPT definition, bruh. You're saying what I'm saying is black pill. That's because it's doomy and gloomy. No, the black pillars are doomy and gloomy because of their looks. They're hung up on their looks or them not being a certain height. That's why they're doomy and gloomy. Hence why the looks max channels. Hence why they'll talk about heightening surgery. They're talking about their looks. I don't know how what I'm saying is black pill when I'm talking about the marriage structure being a fraudulent structure, or while I'm saying men going MGTOW or men going their own way, or men not participating in the system. How is that doom and gloom? It's doom and gloom to you because you can't see yourself, your vision of yourself. You can't see yourself striving without a woman. And that's what I'm starting to figure out, that there's a lot of guys in this space. They feel, not only do they feel like they can't do nothing without a woman, I think they feel entitled to a woman. So shout out to Young Doka checking in. He's checking, like, Young Doka's checking in when I'm about to check out. But Young Doka, if you get the chance, you need to rewatch this live chat. Just look at the live chat. You got to look at it. Oh, hold on for a second. Let me do something real quick. I am so sorry. Let me go on my YouTube settings. Oh my God. Hold on. Let me oh man. I made a massive mistake. Let me do a little bit of editing. Let me make sure everything's running properly. Oh man, I forgot to change the settings before I even start the stream. I didn't even have this. Oh man, I think I'll add in the tags later. I'll add in the tags later. I'll add in the tags later. Okay, let me save this video details. Let me make sure the live chat replay is on. Okay, the live chat replay is on. Okay, we're good. I think we're good. But I should be fine. I should be fine. Just did a quick edit. Here we go. 370 views. Okay, we're good. But anyways, I mean, if that's your your definition of black pill, you clearly read that from the what's it, the remember the DHS had the list. Remember, guys, DHS had the list of the people in the manosphere, and they had like all the definitions of like MGTOW, SYSBM, and all these groups. Nah, I don't really pay attention to UFC. I don't really pay attention to USC. But let me see if I missed any other chats. Nah, it's just mostly what's it, memetic, memetic, memetic militia, just coping. I don't know if maybe memetic militia is a stepfather too. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he's a stepfather too. Maybe he was upset. It's crazy because like when Brian Simmons admitted he was a stepfather, or once you guys pointed it out, he just completely left the chat. When I was just like, oh, I get it. I understand. I was just, I literally didn't hear from him ever since in the chat, and he was spamming the chat. OD spamming the chat, right? Well, let me look at his definition. What the chat GBT definition that he said the black pill was. He said the term black pill primarily refers to a nihilistic ideology within the incel movement. What? Bro, just stop. What is this? This is something like, you know, if a feminist invaded, like, remember when I did the DDG live chat and there was like 2 or 3 feminists OD in the chat arguing. This was no different. This was no different, you know. But at least that one, the DDG one, that was more in fun. That was more in fun. You know, hoes are gonna just do what hoes do, right? It is what it is. There's no fixing that cohort. This dude put a chat GBT, and you know they finna put the wrong answer about the black pill. But let me stop talking about the black pill, because I know, like, last time I mentioned the black pill, I almost got my whole channel demonetized. Or no, the video that I got a warning on my channel. They said, do not talk about this stuff ever again. I was like, okay, message received. But anywho, yeah, when you're looking at these these comments, like, it's literally the conservatives have now taken the side of what's so wrong with being a stepdad. Like, I'm floored. Or them taking the side of, here, you look at this comment right here. They're accusing a woman of slut shaming Rachel Wilson. So now this is the land of La La Land that we're in now. So we're beat. We're so beat. Yeah, the RP space, or the manosphere, it's been compromised. It's been compromised. Andrew Wilson. Let's look up. Yeah, before I show you my Twitter tab, I just got to make sure it's safe because Twitter's wild. Okay. The Dre Experience says pro-traditional family advocate and sex worker shamer Andrew Wilson has meltdown midstream when female debater exposes that his wife has 3 children by 3 different men and has been married twice before him. Well, officially right now, that's 3 baby daddies, including Andrew Wilson, and 5 kids with 3 different men. Okay. But there's a lot of people that didn't know this. Somebody said the meltdown was real the moment Andrew Wilson broke down and resorts to responding like a woman when female debater drops a bomb on him he couldn't handle. They said, I think the one aspect I respect, using that word very loosely, about Andrew Wilson is that he clearly isn't what he claims at all. He's physically weak. He's married to a woman who's had multiple kids out of wedlock. He doesn't really hold solid Christian values. He's not some Giga Chad stunner by the standards of his fans. His wife's no looker either. His main form of company are the people he hates. And in spite all of this, he's managed to convince droves of men that he knows exactly what it looks like to be a trad man with a loving trad wife. The most trad thing about him is his role as the proverbial shepherd for a bunch of brain dead sheep that get off on hating women while he lives a life of lies or self-hatred or both. I can't say I disagree with this, especially when you talk about his fan base. Yeah, his fan base, yikes. Somebody said, LMAO, Andrew Wilson finally getting called out for his wife, Rachel Wilson, being married 3 times and has kids from previous marriages. He's raising as a devout cuck. Never liked his grift. Glad this dyke got under his skin. That sounds like a comment I would make. He said, I'm glad this dyke got under his skin. That's funny. That's kind of funny. Let's see here. Said this girl Charlie just brought up Andrew Wilson's wife, and he immediately called her a bitch, dyke, and any number of insults, all because she was saying that his wife has multiple baby daddies and she's now low value by his standards. The truth hurts her. Like I said, she didn't call his wife a bitch. She didn't call her a hoe. She just said your wife has multiple baby daddies in multiple kids. That's all she said. That's all she said. She didn't call his wife a hoe. He immediately got triggered when she brought it up. Now you can say I'm playing semantics, but dude, when you watch the video, technically Andrew Wilson's response to what Charlie said, he was dissing his own wife by the way he responded. Because I saw some comments like, "What he has to defend his wife? Defend his wife from what? All she said was your wife has multiple baby daddies and multiple kids. Unless if you see that as a bad thing, it destroys the argument. Defend your wife from what? She didn't say anything bad, like you guys just said in the chat. You said being, him being a stepdad isn't that bad. So why is it when she goes immediately says your wife has multiple baby daddies, multiple kids, you're saying he needs to defend his wife? Defend his wife from what? That's all she said. Anyways. Okay, I already reviewed that video. Well, I don't know who Owen Benjamin. I think I know who Owen Benjamin might be. So he's probably, I don't know, he might have beef with that family. So, okay. So somebody said, no wonder Andrew Wilson is such an angry little man. His wife, according to his own logic, is an irredeemably slut. I personally don't believe that, but Andrew should be a lot kinder to women instead of lashing out. I agree with this as well. Because by his own logic and the way he'll lash out at the broads that he'd be debating or be on the show with, the broads that he'd be laughing about, his wife is no different. Timeline of the 304 Andrew Wilson wife dub. Oh yeah, I already showed this. Baby daddy number 1, baby daddy number 2, and then simp Andrew Wilson, baby daddy number 3. Somebody said, everybody retweet this, expose this grifting fraud. Oh Lord. So yeah, I already showed you guys this, the history of the baby daddies of Rachel. Oh, they're only showing a half of that history. Okay. Damn. I'm not gonna go there. I just saw a crazy comment. I'm not gonna go there. Somebody said, how can Andrew Wilson talk about fixing the black community when he cheated on and impregnated a white woman while being married to a black woman? He said, how can Andrew Wilson talk about traditionalism when he married a single mother with 2 baby daddies who he committed adultery with? These are facts. Yeah, I agree. So Red Pill Luffy, I agree. Shout out to Red Pill Luffy. I like his Twitter account. He said Andrew Wilson underestimated Coach Greg Adams as just being a degenerate guy and got tossed upside his head in a debate about his gods and Bible. I don't hold my breath for wishful thinking. There is no time machine. Go take your Bible thumping somewhere else. We are on the dark side. I think Andrew Wilson did underestimate CGA. Hey man, it is what it is. That whole, when he went on the RP Avengers live stream and all the super chats was saying CGA won it, they refused to they didn't even want to acknowledge it until the end, where they had no choice but to acknowledge a few of them. They had no choice. I'm like, it's just all these super chats saying CGA won on Rolo's channel, mind you. And they was asking Andrew Wilson, hey, explain yourself. Explain your ecclesiastical package one more time for the people in the back. What's your solution? Yeah. So haven't seen the video of Andrew on the podcast, but all he had to do was say yes, and so what? That is true. But at the end of the day, his platform and plus his actions, the stuff that he's gone viral for, homie, you're especially the ish that he be talking. If you talk the ish that he does, your his familial situation, it better be spotless. I'm talking about it better be spotless. TYJC. Just keep reading these comments. Oh, so now the whatever podcast is okay, you see. So the whatever podcast, they're framing it as she insulted his wife. Where does she insult his wife? I find that's very interesting to me.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
Don't talk about my wife.
So that's all she said. Your wife has 3 baby daddies. Wait. I'm sorry. This is like a Tyler Perry thing. Woman with 3 baby daddies. How many kids?
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
Okay, yeah, 3 baby daddies, and she's been married twice before. Right? That's all she said. And they're saying that she insulted her. Interesting. So are you admitting that there's something wrong with marrying abroad with 3 baby daddies? Because what's so insulting about what she just said right here? He said, "Don't bring up my family." I'm like, she didn't insult your family. She was just describing what your what your family layout is. How's that insulting?
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
Don't talk about my wife. You shut your fucking mouth.
Rachel, are you there?
Also, they cut off that one part where basically she makes that point that you're not the traditional man that you preach. You don't practice what you preach. So they cut out that part. So they had Rachel call in on the show. That's a L. That's a L. They said Andrew Wilson is a prime example of guys talking the talk but not walking the walk. How are you trying to promote traditional lifestyle, but your marriage love life doesn't match the traditional lifestyle? You're a stepdad. The red pill is anti-stepdad. That's not traditional. But I was surprised. There's a lot of people that didn't know this about Andrew. But anyways, what time is it right now? 9:59. Yeah, they cut the original. They did that on purpose. They did that on purpose because he spazzed out, and she made a great point at the end. If I got to let me replay that point. I have to bring it up. She made a great point.
What is that?
You're a fucking dyke. What did I just say?
Your
Dyke?
wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry,
daddies?
dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to
Do the women that you try
show
to?
your hatred against?
Do you the women
they,
that you try
convince them
to?
that they shouldn't?
You know,
like,
Charlie, did I
pursue
bring
women? Do they know
Charlie?
that
Did I bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older?
Did I bring any of your
You called
family
me
into
fucking
anything?
Stupid.
Did I
You
say
called
anything
me
about
fucking
your
stupid.
family being stupid, Charlie?
You could.
It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed, and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people
Okay.
on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck.
Now, the whatever podcast didn't repost that. Yikes. Well, they did that on purpose. Like, I remember even like they had to make, they were trying so hard to make a pro Andrew Wilson video on the Crucible channel. If you notice, they tried so hard to make a pro Andrew Wilson video from the CJ debate. And even with that one clip, they still cut they still were cutting CGA's argument. I was like, damn, they I was like, it's been a week. Shouldn't you be making mad videos of CGA getting destroyed, right? You would think, since you guys won the debate? Nope. And then once they finally dropped the video, I'm like, bro, they're already cutting things in the beginning. In the beginning of the video, already cutting. I was like, yeah, the Crucible, whatever that cohort, that's a massive L, guys. The Crucible is oof. Anyway, but like I said, even the people that I follow, a lot of the people I follow, they're not a bed of roses either. But even they have a way more traditional. Yikes. Let me let me see if I can fix something with the tabs. With the tags real quick on my live. This is not a good look. This is not a good look for the Crucible. You did like I'll say this for the Crucible's sake, you're definitely not getting no new male followers, or I'll say even female followers to follow your plight. You're definitely because they're seeing the hypocrisy, they're seeing the non-congruency with your lifestyle and what you say. If somebody's lifestyle isn't congruent with what they're saying, they're going to get called out. That goes with anybody. He said, why is Andrew so emotional and prideful? Well, he's used to like winning the arguments the same exact way. From the looks of it, that's what it looks like. If that makes sense. Because when I brought up the Kowalski example earlier, and the same debating tactics that he accused Andrew Wilson of doing, it's the same one he's using here, same one he used with CGA, same one that his fans use. You're not saying anything. You're being incoherent. I don't know what this guy is saying, but you're here. I don't know what he's talking about. You guys are lying. Show me the proof. Look, man, I'll say this. When I was a kid growing up, actually, let me not bring that up, but I'll say this. I think people might look at my past and they'll think that it was like I grew up thinking it was probably bitches gaslighting me and lying and being hypocrites. No. When I was growing up, it was men doing that. To me. See, what do you mean? He said, "Don't believe all women unless it's Chuck, a girl who used to be a transformer male." If Charles or what's it? If Charlie is a transformer, that makes him even look worse. Because now it's gonna say transformer destroyed. Transformer destroys. That's what the headlines are gonna say. Transformer destroys Andrew Wilson by bringing up his situation. And then what are the normies gonna be like? Oh, Andrew Wilson got his wife got 2 baby daddies and how many kids? Jesus. That actually makes him look worse. And by the way, it's not a matter of belief. These are facts. Rachel Wilson currently has 3 baby daddies and 5 kids. So it's not what do you mean believe all women? Those are facts. And according to you, Charlie's a guy, so you see. He said, "This isn't the Crucible. This is whatever." I know it literally says whatever in the background. I said the Crucible is failing. When I mention the Crucible, I'm talking about his YouTube channel. I'm talking about Andrew Wilson's YouTube channel, the Crucible. Anyways. Yep. Young Doka said, if you are a follower of Christ, you shouldn't have to insult anyone to get your point across. You get your point across by holding frame and being a light to the world. You'll know by their fruits. Like I said, look, the Andrew Wilson types was because especially when they get called out on their hypocrisy, then their true self start coming out, right? Look, I know, dude, I've seen certain people, right? I'll say this. I don't want to bring up anybody in particular, but I remember going to a certain country and the gangbangers would see a certain dude. They was harassing everybody else, but they would see a certain dude. He was a pastor. He was a pastor of a community for a long time. They would see that pastor and they would be like, "Oh, shout out to." They'll be like, "Hey, what's good, pastor?" They'll say it in their native language, but they give the pastor respect. He walks through. They have respect for that pastor because he's been a pastor in that community for a minute. I believe if you're a so-called Christian, right, a so-called light in the world, even the most devious of women or dudes, they got to bow down. They got to acknowledge your light. Andrew Wilson, they use the whatever podcast just to make themselves fit. Like it's like a morale booster. It's like the people that run track and like they're supposed to be running in the first or second heat, but they run in the seventh heat against all the slow pokes so they can feel good about themselves. That's kind of who Andrew Wilson reminds me of. Because a person with a real light, you see it. Andrew Wilson, he's just a pretentious Pharisee, modern day Pharisee, as far as I'm concerned. Facts. 15YJZ says, "Amen." Andrew wasn't practicing the fruit of the spirits here because when she called him out, he started talking about you lick sniz, you're a dyke, you a bitch. She didn't diss his wife. You would have said you should like Young Doke could say you should have said, yeah, so what? I'm a good stepdad. I'm a good man. I take care of other I'm a good man. I take care of other man's cream pies. I'm a good man. That's you should have just done that. And then just led with that. But he went straight into the insults. Straight on the attack because he's embarrassed. He said the crucible is thriving. I'm not sure. Probably not after this year. This might be your this might be the peak. This might be your peak. When it comes to the crucible, this might be the I hope you guys enjoyed your run, but because now if more people start bringing this up, he's gonna break down and start crying. Not cry, but he's gonna break down. You know what I mean? Mamedic Militia says, so now you're a Christian theologist. Now there's Christians in this chat that agree with me. What do you mean? That wasn't me that brought up the verse. That was another Christian in the chat. Or another person. Well, if he's not a Christian, that means he knows your Bible better than you. So that's not a good sign there, buddy. Oh man. Yep, exactly. Usually, sign language. He says usually feminists use sign language, but Andrew was using sign language here. Exactly. He got triggered and he started calling her all types of names. So people are just going to see that part and they're going to be like, Andrew lost the debate, even though that's not true in terms of the overall debate. But they're just going to see that part and that's not going to be a good look for him. Yeah, I was about to say, Young Doka said, you don't have to be a Christian theologist to criticize Christians. This isn't Islam, buddy. Man, Christians, they've been lost the plot, a lot of them, respectfully. You can't criticize me. Yes, I can. The fuck? You know what I mean? Like, the fuck? That's not, like I said, that's not a good look for you either if he isn't a Christian. Well, like I said, it was a lot of these Christians that was coming in the chat, didn't even know what ecclesiastics is. And it was people that were on my side that had to explain it to the people in the chat. Mind you, I explained the book. I'm talking about last live stream, dude. I'm talking about last live stream. Please keep up. All right. Or a couple live streams ago. So I mentioned what ecclesiastics is, and I was like, chat, don't tell them what ecclesiastics is. I just want them to come in the chat and try to defend ecclesiastics. And I'm going to ask them what ecclesiastics is. None of them knew what it was. Shout out to Nick in the chat. Yeah, that was funny. Shit, at the end of the day, you don't have to be a Christian theologist to criticize Christians. This isn't Islam. But he tried to haram me. Exactly. 15 YGs, he said he called her stupid prior to her stating a fact about his wife. But Andrew Wilson was doing stuff like that in the CJ debate, but the Andrew Wilson fanboys will tell you he didn't diss him at all. CGA did all the disses. He was the one insulting him. I was like, so Andrew Wilson did he said nothing back. He didn't say no smart comments. He was just being attacked. So Young Doga says Andrew isn't a Christian, or is orthodoxy not following Christ? Yeah, he's like I said, he's tweaking. Memetic is tweaking. So Memetic Militia said she lost the debate. Duh. I'm pretty sure in the 6-hour debate, I'm pretty sure he won most of the points. I'm pretty sure the stuff that she was standing on was nonsense, liberal mumbo jumbo. But like I said, the normies are going to hold on to that last clip because a lot of people don't know that fact about Andrew Wilson. So when it comes to the optics, it's going to look like she lost. I mean, it's going to look like he lost. Optics. But like I said, for her to know that, I think she was playing stupid. I'll say this. I think she was playing stupid. Because you're saying that she's stupid. I don't think so. I think she was given that information and she was just waiting on the right moment to, because what you don't understand, somebody explained it earlier in the chat. This is about clicks. This is about gotcha moments. This is about making you look stupid. She made him look very stupid here. Not necessarily stupid, but it made him look less than a man, if that makes sense. She made him look like less than a man with this clip. So that's the clip that most people are going to grab onto. She knows most people are not going to watch a damn 6-hour debate. She knows that. She waited for the right moment to bring it up because she was holding on to the situation. Because I'm looking at her arguments. I was like just snipping through some of the arguments, some of the things that interest me before I did the live stream. And she seemed a bit distracted and a bit incoherent. It was almost like she was just waiting. It's almost like she was biding her time to drop the bomb. She did that on like, I don't think you guys understand. She was sent. She did that on purpose to make Andrew look stupid. That's a tactic. That's a tactic. That's why I think she was sent. She was sent. Or somebody gave her that information and she was like, okay, I'm finna drop this bomb and I'm gonna win. She's going to win in the eyes of the normies, especially with most people. She's going to win in the eyes of most people. Most people are not going to watch a 6-hour debate. Okay. So Mimetic Militia said, we all knew this about Rachel. It isn't anything new. Oh, interesting that you say that now the other Andrew Wilson fanboys are not calling me liars anymore in the chat. Now he says that. Oh, man. But like I told you guys, or anybody else that's still watching, just because the space is there doesn't mean you have to take it. Sometimes it's a trap. He should have done his research on the broad before taking the debate. He probably saw the description, Charlie, trans feminist. That's an easy one. Let me just take this one. Somebody gave her that information. She didn't come, like, I doubt that she researched that information. People are saying, oh, it's well known. Nah, no, it's not. Most people don't know this about Andrew Wilson. And with the discourse with CGA and what's it, Andrew Wilson, and then when CGA reposted the hit piece on Andrew Wilson exposing him, it's clear that a lot of people didn't know this about Andrew Wilson. So this is why it was a truth. This was a bomb. You saw Twitter. Most of these guys, they didn't know this about Andrew Wilson. There's a lot of Andrew Wilson fans that didn't know this about Andrew Wilson. Yeah, exactly. He said, so why did you say that earlier? Talking about, oh, this information is nothing new. Exactly. Oh, that's true. Young Doka said no research could prepare Andrew with the brutal truth of your own life. That is true. But maybe if he did a little bit of his research, he probably could have seen maybe like I won't be surprised if we do like some intel on who Charlie is. I'm pretty sure if we do some intel on her, she's probably connected to like one of these people, like not so erudite or somebody like that. She's probably connected to one of these people or Destiny, one of these people. You got like these. You think these people are just accidents? Oh, let me just debate this college female, this liberal. This is gonna be an easy win for me. Because at the end of the day, Andrew Wilson didn't challenge her. She most likely challenged him. And he was like, okay, I'll take it. And she lulled him to sleep, played stupid, played dumb. Meanwhile, she was holding what was Goku holding? What's that bomb called? She had the spirit bomb. He's sitting there being distracted by the nonsense. Meanwhile, she like Goku with the spirit bomb, just powering it up. Powering up the spirit bomb on your ass. Isn't that kind of symbolic of what happens in a lot of these conservative marriages? You thinking you're winning with your marriage, and all of a sudden she dropped the bomb on you. Boom. You think you found a good girl, then boom. I got 2 baby daddies. Spirit bomb. That's isn't that interesting? This is actually very symbolic when you look at this debate. She's taking all the punches, all the abuse. Meanwhile, she got that spirit bomb. She's powering it up. Or what's it? Or powering up her Kaioken ×3, whatever. Yeah, man. And he wasn't ready for that. So she hit him at the perfect time and he spazzed out. Yeah, Young Doka said, yep, I could see her being connected to Destiny, but she also could have just known it recently or found out about it because of the CGA aftermath. That is true. Like I could be wrong about that, but look, man, I'm very like wary because people be connected. People be plugged up with people because I don't know. I'm so used to it as a musician. You got to be really careful on how you conduct yourself. You don't know who's plugged up with who. You don't know who's plugged up with who. You don't know who likes who. So I'm very wary of doing the background research. Who's linked with who, who's messing with who. You got to be very careful. Like even like me, I'll be like so lost because I'll be like, why this dude hating on me? And then I find out his ex takes a like you gotta do your recon sometimes. Like that just happened to me recently. I just realized there's this one dude, another dude that I didn't really take notice of. He don't fuck with me at all, and I thought it was just him being autistic, you know. And when I say autistic, you know what I mean when I say that. He's not like autistic, but it's just, you know, mentally, right? But then I realized, oh yeah, his ex be fucking with me on the low, not sexually wise, just she talks good about me. And I'm like, this is where all this collateral hits are. I'm like, why am I taking? I feel like I'm taking some collateral hits somewhere. What's going on? And I'm like, oh, this makes sense. Because before she got involved, I was cruising. No beefs, no side comments, nobody talking crazy about me under their breath. I was like, oh, I see what's going on. You got to do your recon. Pyro says she has that same trap card in the back row. Oh yeah, the Yu-Gi-Oh card. Wonder why she sat one card and end her turn. That's all it took. And she knew she didn't even have to make any good points for the rest of the debate because they knew that part of the debate was going to be spread worldwide on the whatever podcast, right? And the normies are going to take delight in it. This is why I like when I say calculated, I'm like, yeah, this seems calculated. $15Y Jay-Z says if he continues to use sign language, these whatever girls, they will reply by inquiring about the validity to Andrew's divorce history in Rachel's single mom past. This is true. Because now people see it bothers you, people gonna bring it up. Oh man. He said, what's more so symbolic is that the spirit bomb doesn't work on those of the pure of heart. If Andrew wasn't ashamed, then he wouldn't have resulted to insults. I forgot about that part about the spirit bomb. But she was powering up because she knows this is about clips and clicks. Nobody's watching a 6-hour podcast. I will say this though, with this manosphere space, I knew we had a problem. When Myron Gaines had that situation with the broad where he tried to sleep with one of the broads that went on his show. And CJ was trying to give advice like, look, you can't be out here reckless. And he was talking about aftercare, making sure the bitch is good after the fact. Even if you didn't smash, make sure she's straight, make sure you pay for her Uber, make sure she leaves your residence happy. Make sure you get that confirmation text. Nope. Myron decided just to kick the bitch out because I'm a man. I'm gonna just kick a bitch out. Not in 2020, whatever, 2023, 2024. That don't work. So then you had this bitch putting a false allegation on him, putting more dirt on his name. And CJ was like, bro, you have to run your system a little bit more efficiently. And the fresh and fit Sims invaded the chat. I remember it clear as day. I was at my job. I was at my job. Mind you, it wasn't during break. I was just looking at the chat. I just happened to be looking at the chat. I was just like, and it was going in on CJ. I was like, he's just saying you guys got to use aftercare. But yeah, they were just blindly defending Myron, and they didn't realize that CJ was trying to give life-saving advice so he can avoid getting false allegations put on. So this is where I was like, oh, we might have a problem. Only because when you got these people that just came in, particularly from, you know, the Fresh and Fit crew, the Fresh and Fit fans, the whatever pod fans, the Kevin Samuels fans, the Andrew Tate fans, they, you know, because you had dudes talking about, but did you see the 4-hour podcast where he's vindicating himself? And we're just sitting there just like, nobody's gonna watch no damn 4-hour, I think it was 5 hours actually, or 6 hours. Nobody's gonna watch a 6-hour podcast. You pulling receipts. What's gonna happen is if you get another allegation put on you, they're gonna be like, okay, this is the third or fourth allegation put on you. What's your problem? Most people are not savvy enough to be like, okay, the first 3 were fake. That means this one might be fake too. They're gonna be like, no, this is your 4th or 5th one. You're doing something wrong here. Young Doka said Andrew won't be on the podcast for some time, and if he is, Brian will make it a rule not to bring the divorce history. That is going to be, yeah, that is true. That is true. I think that's what they're going to do next. If you go on the podcast, you're not allowed to bring up the divorce. Or you're not allowed to bring up Rach, his wife's history. That's going to be a new rule from now on. But anyways, I've exhausted all the points, and damn, I did another 4 hours. Damn. I think my next live stream, it should be on Kayla Nicole being a loser. It should. I think that should be my next live stream. It should be on Kayla Nicole and all of her old tweets that she deleted. I mean, Kayla Nicole was like the tweets that Kayla Nicole had. Wow. I should call her Kayla Fuentes from now on. And I'm like, this is who black women were like blindly defending this girl. Meanwhile, I'm like, I don't even think Kayla Nicole likes black women at all. When you look at those tweets, he said, yeah, we're going to call her Kayla Fuentes. Yeah, South Holland says, you've been in a good flow lately with the lives. Thank you. Well, like, what kind of, okay, I'm looking at this. So Mamitic Militia says, damn, how is it I'm the number one chatter? Because you chatting a lot, nigga. I'm the number one chatter. Of course, you typed a lot of shit. Oh man. I would hope that you would know that you were the number one chatter. I know they have like a thing they give, an icon they give to the person that's chatting the most in the chat. But yeah, congratulations. Let me see. Pyro said pause. He said, wait, speaks a lot about your followers. No, it speaks a lot about you, brother. It speaks a lot about you. My chatters, they kind of know what kind of person you are. I've spoken on people like you on my you know what I mean? I've spoken on people like you on my channel ad nauseum. They're probably I'm talking about the regular chat, the my regular supporters, the supporters of mine. They're probably already exhausted about me talking about people like you. The trad cons, the stepdaddies. You're exactly the type of person that I warn dudes not to be. People like you is why my channel is popping, believe it or not. Oh man, you know what I mean? Yeah, 51 Jay-Z said chatty patty. I'm like, most people they're trying to learn, they're trying to listen. You know what I mean? They're trying to take the information in. You're just talking. That's not a good sign, sir. You know what I mean? Especially on a situation like this. But shout out to you, Pyro. We will talk soon. I think my next live stream I will talk about Kayla Nicole because I think you guys got to look at her old tweets. It's funny. It's funny, right? Please don't be like not necessarily Memetic Militia, but Brian. What's his name? The Brian character. Please don't be like Brian. He was spamming the chat OD. And then just for me to find out he's a stepdad, I'm like, oh, okay. That makes sense. These are the type of people I really don't want you guys to end up being, you know. Or yeah, like remember Supreme Coon Killer? As SKC. SKC. Oh man. Yep. Garrett said first it was the single mammy defense force. Now we got the TradCon false prophet defense force. Yeah, didn't the Bible say something about false prophets as well? Anywho, shout out to Garrett. I was like, yeah, I was about to say the Brian dude. Yeah, he said the Brian dude should be at number one. He was talking. Yeah, I thought he was gonna be the number. It was either gonna be him or the Memetic militia because he was spamming a lot too. Oh yeah. Supreme Coon Killer. That's a massive troll. That's a troll. That's a troll that not a lot of people know about him. He's a troll in the Black Manosphere space. I've seen him on I think I've seen him on Ticket TV. Like this guy here. So yes, SKC. That's a massive troll. But anyway, shout out to you guys. Thank you for watching. This stream revealed a lot about the Andrew Wilson fanboys. So that was interesting to see. I don't know what I should end the stream off with. I don't know what I should end the stream off with. Let's see. Oh, I didn't add the Corey Holcomb clip. There's a new Corey Holcomb clip I wanted. Hold on, I got you. Let me download that clip real quick. It's a very it's a viral Corey Holcomb. It's a viral Corey Holcomb clip that's actually quite needed right now. That's my brother again. But anyways, let me download this clip. Let me download the clip. Oh man. Let me download the clip in the meantime. Yeah, we should. Yeah, Pyro, we will talk. We will definitely talk. But hey, I'm confused with him bragging about him being the number one chatter. I'm like, I don't know if that's supposed to be an accomplishment. I don't think that's a good sign, but hey, shout out to you. Shout out to you. I want to see if I can download the clip. I don't know, man. Let me see if I can download the clip real quick. Oh, you want? I'll just share the clip. I'll share the clip. I'll share the clip too. I'm not going to waste your guys' time. I'm not going to waste your guys' time. Let me share the clip right here.
I expect the bitch to have another nigga set up before she tell me, fuck you, nigga. The bitches lie and say, no, I hadn't seen him yet. You a fucking lie, bitch. You know who you are. I know who you are. And if you think I don't know who you are, then play the game. I got a bitch to replace you immediately because this is how I stack the chips up. Never starting from scratch. When a bitch leave, hello, you ready? I got that spot open for you now. You get to move up. And if you ain't living your life like that, you living your life autistic because bitches ain't shit. They're going to lie to you about who they are. They're going to misrepresent about who they are. They're not going to show you loyalty because if you fucking them, they supposed to be loyal to you. But these hoes ain't loyal. These hoes get Chris Brown $1,000 for a picture.
I hope Andrew Wilson and the people alike are listening. But shout out to you guys. Thank you guys for watching. We are going to land this outro with Bernie Mac.
When was this tripping game, partner?